I forgot to notice what time we went out. And I know we're broadcasting, by the way, we're live. So I don't know what time we were sitting.
Sorry, Supervisor Parlin. We should be back at 11:45. I was sharing my screen, but we weren't properly streaming to YouTube, so I wanted to restream. I think we're streaming properly now. So I just wanted to do that quickly. I apologize.
Oh, thanks for that clarification, Kim.
So, yep, 11:45.
Which my computer says is now. Is that correct, everybody?
Yep.
Awesome. And we're back. All right, let's see. And I didn't get a snack yet, so bear with me. I'm going to bring snacks next meeting. I just get so tired. All right, so we've got department matters now. And I think, Dawn, should we just take them in order? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, here we go. Item number 27.
Item number 27 comes from Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board accept the donation of property identified by assessor's parcel number 331-400-002, located at 3447 Clemenger Drive, for the purpose of developing a sports complex in the community of Diamond Springs.
Oh, there you are.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you all. Good morning and Happy New Year. So this item before us, just a reminder that on December 9th, the county was informed that we were not successful in our Prop 68 round 4 grants, and we were kind of waiting on that to determine where we went with this property. And so we delayed this discussion until we found out about that. And while we weren't successful, the opportunity still exists to move this project forward, and the unmet needs still exists. What I really love about this project is that community partners have already been identified and are actively engaged in working and collaborating with the county to bring a regional park and sports complex to the Diamond Springs community. Those partners include Marshall Foundation for Community Health, the Boys and Girls Club of the Western Slope, and the Mother Lode Union School District. These partners have a long-standing history of being deeply committed to our community. And more important than that, they have a long-standing history of getting stuff done. And that's certainly what we need in this project. Currently, it's important to know that there are no parks in the Diamond Springs area. And that's a shocking thing to realize, because the Diamond Springs community has a large population base and it is an underserved area. And as a reminder, the Board of Supervisors already directed staff to work with County Council to, that was on September 1st, 2020, to acquire this property and to move forward with a fiscal analysis, as well as a design and environmental analysis. So that was done, like I said, September 1st, 2020. To date, the fiscal analysis has already been done, and Jennifer Franich did an amazing job, I think, on this fiscal analysis. The draft design has been prepared. It was donated by Charlie Downs, and I've attached that to this agenda item. And so the outstanding tasks from this prior board direction are to include finalizing the park design and the environmental analysis. And I think it's important to note that while we didn't receive the last round of the Prop 68 grant, once we secure the county's ownership of the land, we are poised to be much more competitive in that grant application. And we've already committed or allocated funding for the environmental analysis to start that. So we're ready to move forward, and this donor is still willing to donate this land for this park project. And so now is the time to graciously accept the donation of this land and add that to our grant application, that the county, will have possession of this land. It won't be theoretical, and that will make us more competitive for the grant. In fact, we've already taken this direction on November 2nd. I'd like to remind the board, November 2nd, 2021. We directed our staff to submit another round of Prop 68 regional park programs and the Rural Recreation Tourism Program grant for this project. And if it was not awarded. So the new application is due January 20th. And really today's board item is just following up from that prior direction this board has already given. Additionally, since that time, some new, I think really exciting opportunities has additionally opened up. And in conversations that I've had with the Boys and Girls Club, they now have allocated significant funds to build an auditorium, a gymnasium on this site. And to me, that's really significant. If you look at the fiscal analysis, the revenue projections were a little tight, that it would take about 10 to 12 months of programming the site in order for it to be revenue generating. If the county does not bear the cost of an auditorium, and if that is being donated, that will allow us to have recreational programs 12 months out of the year that will add to the revenue generating opportunities of this project. And so, and that hasn't been captured in the fiscal analysis. So that's just an additional win for this project that is really exciting. As I know personally, as my grandson was trying to play basketball indoor sports, there was no place to play this last year. And that is an unmet need in our county that exists. And I love that community partners, the Boys and Girls Club, have once again stepped up and said, we'd like to add that to the project. And let's see, finally, so what remains is a draft dedication agreement between Marshall Foundation and the county is ready for final review and tweaking. And this document will provide the mechanism to transfer the property to the county. I'd like to note that the anonymous donor, there's a donor that wishes to remain anonymous at this time, but this donor is generational to our county, and they have a long, deep-seated history of being deeply committed to El Dorado County and its residents, and it's just an incredible, incredible donation. So the item before us today is to accept the donation of this land, and then I'll be directing staff, asking to direct staff to return with the authorizing the chair to sign the dedication agreement. So that's what is before us today. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I know Vicki Sanders, our staff, is on the line too, that can answer any questions.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. I'm thinking, do we have board questions on this? Go ahead, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so Wendy, I was pleased to read the reversionary clause that's been added to the draft, because my concern is, having experienced or understood what happened in 2008, 2009, when our whole Parks and Recreation Department was dismantled because there was no ability to fund and there was a number of layoffs, et cetera. And I'm hoping we don't go through a similar event. But I do think that there was a need not to just put it in limbo, that if the board is not able to move forward, if the county's not able to move with this project, that it reverts back to Marshall, as I understand it, for their ownership, for determination to work with other entities or whatever. This is the right thing to do. It's long overdue. I fully support it, but we always have to be cautious, because the plan B of how you would fund this if Prop 68 funds don't come in is still a big question mark to me. I don't know how we'd ever find it in the general fund to pull money out for this kind of a project, albeit it's worthwhile and it's needed to be done. But given all the other priorities, I don't know how we would fund it short of Prop 68, unless you have some new insight of other revenue streams, because I'm very much in favor of multi-path pursuits of funding.
Right.
So if there's another revenue stream we can go after, let's at least recognize what that is. So that's kind of my comment, and I appreciate the reversionary clause.
Yeah, I agree with that it provides a safety net for this project and for the county, which I desperately appreciate. And perhaps Vicki Sanders can answer some more of your questions on that. I mean, Vicki has been highly successful in doggedly going after all kinds of grant opportunities and having them successful. So perhaps Vicki, you could speak to how we might fund this and what our options are in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. The way I look at this park is the way we built our parks in the past. When we didn't have grant funding, we built Henningsen Lotus Park in District 4. We've done Pioneer Park, and where it's a slow process, but it's one feature at a time. And that's kind of how we went about it in the past. We did it incrementally and built it one ball field at a time as we could. That's how we could do it if we didn't get grant funding. If we accept the property, there are other grant opportunities that I do want to research that I haven't in the past, such as the National Baseball League. There's soccer leagues that we could go after, but because I didn't have a field of this nature to go look for, I haven't explored those opportunities. But if we accept the property, I will be looking at those opportunities also.
Right. Thank you, Vicki. Appreciate that.
Any other supervisor comments? Supervisor Novosel?
Thank you. Oh, I'm liking this little hand thing. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Wendy, for bringing this forward. I'm a huge recreational proponent, and and I think we can't have enough recreation for our children. It's truly, given the mental health issues and everything going on in the world, that is so critically important, is to have a way for our children to release their energy and to learn good sportsmanship and whatever there is included in that. Vicki, I have a quick question for you. We have, it's a Prop 68. We've gone out for many grants. They're competitive. Would this put us in any limbo or any concerns about other Prop 68 projects we have that we've applied for? And I guess I'm speaking specifically of our newest park up in Pollock Pines, where we really need a lot of funding up there. I just don't want to be competing for one park versus the other, being that this would be a new park. Is that going to be any concern for you?
I don't believe so. So as I was directed by the Board of Supervisors, I have 7 applications that I'm doing at this time for the Prop 68 for these next 2 rounds. The state is evaluating them on their individual nature. So one doesn't compete against each other. They evaluate them all on their own merit. When we were awarded in round 3, I had 3 applications in, and the Old Depot Bike Park is the one that won out for us because it was further along in the process. So I do think that getting this into the process, that it's in our ownership, and I can start the CEQA process and I can put that in the grant application that's due on the 20th, will be very helpful and make us more competitive.
Very good. Thank you.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to bring up a little bit, and I think this park is a great thing, but there is some little bit of concerns. I remember when we had Timber Little League Park, and it was basically at Independence High School. I don't think anybody even remembers that, because we don't have any place for Little League. I think it was at Charles Brown School, they used that, but there was a conflict there too. So one of the biggest issues I have, the vegetation problem that we have on this property, I think there's an issue right now on it. And then also the drainage problem, especially in El Dorado, that drainage problem is still not solved. And I'm kind of worried about that. If there's going to be a lot of, runoff and stuff, it's going to impact El Dorado even more. So I have concerns with that, and especially with the roads to access this park. So that's some of the stuff that I have and concerns that I have on that. But other than that, I think we do need a park in that area, especially when these kids, I remember playing Little League at Timber, Timber Little League is what it was. And it was at the Independence High School, and that was all hard ground. Trust me, that was not a fun place to play either. It really wasn't. So anyway, that's all I really have to bring up. So.
Right.
So I'm really torn on this item. In my mind, this isn't about the project at all. This is about whether or not we should take ownership of the land today without having the funding to develop it. And one of my biggest concerns is we're in a different place in today's world than we were back then a decade or 2 ago when we were developing, let's say, Henningsen Lotus. Because right now we have a court case that says if you have public land and people decide to squat and live on it, we can't get them off of there. And I'm very concerned about taking ownership of this land. We don't have our homeless situation in such a place that we could actually move somebody off of there. So I really, and then of course the vegetation management, my understanding is there's already complaints on this piece of property. And if the county takes ownership of it, then we're going to have to find funding, which we do not have allocated. We all know that we kind of set off on vegetation management without a funding mechanism so far on county properties. So I'm not opposed to the project. I'm just concerned about taking the property so early, and perhaps it creating some problems for the county. That's truly where I'm at with this. I'm not opposed to pursuing the grant project and all that. I get it. But if we have the 5-year reversionary clause, I believe it is a 5-year, we're going to have 5 years of potentially of owning this property undeveloped. And we all know that undeveloped property is a burden. It just is. The county has a lot of it. We're actually trying to get rid of a lot of properties right now. So that's my only concern is, does it actually say anywhere in these grant applications or anything that owning the property makes a difference? Or is that just kind of speculation? Or do you get where I'm coming from, Vicky, I guess?
Yes, you do have to, in the grant application, you have to either produce the deed or an agreement, a lease agreement of some sort. There is a component of the grant where I have to prove that we have ownership or we have a lease agreement with the owners to do the project. So I think this will be helpful. The other thing, your concerns in regards to the homeless, nearby this park is the old depot, is the rail park, which is just, George, you know, that one right behind Poor Reds. I don't have a homeless issue there at all, which is in close proximity. So I wouldn't anticipate that to be a problem on this location. Also because it is surrounded by local schools with the Union Mine High School there and Charles Brown. I don't see that to be a problem. The vegetation management that you're talking about, I believe the biggest problem is the piece that's owned by Motherlode School District, which goes behind the trailer park. So I think that is the one that's the main concern at this point. If you did accept the property and their vegetation, I haven't been notified about the vegetation management issue. I would take a look at it and see if it was something that we could get a volunteer projects together for, because I know we have a lot of wonderful citizens out there that would help us with some of those issues. So that would be an avenue. If that's a problem that I need to address, that would be my first place I would go to.
Okay. So, I'm just putting it out there. I'm leaning towards just moving forward with the project with an agreement rather than taking the ownership and having the liability on the county. Because we have a lot of other properties to take care of and priorities. So that's my biggest concern. But with that, so let's see.
Hey, Lori, I know George mentioned drainage and a few things. Can we have staff address that too? I was curious because I hadn't heard about that.
That's a good point.
All of those issues will be vetted out when we do the CEQA document. So
Yeah.
I have a scope of work right now for a phase 1 assessment, which is basically for the environmental consultant to come in and to identify any of those factors that might change the design. So it would address your traffic. The CEQA document will address traffic. It will address all of your drainage issues. So that would vet out at that time. It could change some of the design because it might move a ball field or something. We might have to change it for a drainage swale, something different. So that's where the environmental consultant comes in, and I haven't been able to have that evaluation done at this point.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was one of the biggest concerns is the drainage, because I remember when they built Union Mine High School, all that water and stuff, that runoff and everything came into the El Dorado. And I remember 2 feet of water going through that. We still have a problem there. We really do. I remember water in my fuel tanks. And trust me, that was a pain in the rear is what it was in dealing with that. And everybody has said they could fix that problem. Well, we don't have the money to fix the problem, the drainage problem in El Dorado. There's a way to fix it. I brought it up to Brian. Brian knows what I was talking about, especially taking the culvert and moving it all the way down South Street and dumping it into Martinez Creek would be a lot better solution to fix the problem. But we have to fix the problem, because if we don't address this problem with the drainage, it's going to just create more of a problem in El Dorado, and especially for the concerns of the people there. I know, Wendy, you don't, but you haven't went through what I went through, and it was, trust me, it was very, very bad, is what it was.
So George, don't we see this as an opportunity to fix it then if we have ownership?
Well, maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we need to look into the water agency or other different areas and stuff with the county to help solve the problem so we don't have these issues. if we do take ownership of this property. So,
Okay.
and I would also like Don's input, the CAO's input on this. Can you give us a little bit what your feelings are on this, Don?
Sure. Don Ashton, your CAO, we've applied for this grant, I believe, twice, Vicky, if I'm correct, and we haven't been successful. It is extremely competitive. I was talking to Vicky last week. I think she has the numbers of how much funding was available and how many projects were requested. So we need to, if the board wants us to continue to apply, something needs to change because it hasn't worked. And I believe it's a waste of time to keep applying if we maintain the status quo, and taking ownership of the property it's not the status quo. That is different. We do need to be aware of the homeless issues. Our facilities division has had homeless issues at the rail park. They have had to repair the bathrooms. So homelessness is a challenge, and we've discussed it regularly. If it's public property and homeless come there, we can't remove them. And that's a risk. That's a risk you guys need to consider and be aware of. Does that outweigh the benefits of the project? That's your decision. The vegetation management, there was a open complaint on the property. I had staff go put eyes on it yesterday. It appears work is being done to clear the vegetation, but vegetation grows back, and the longer it takes to build the park, the more we'll have to make sure we're in compliance with our own ordinances in that regard. And I appreciate Vicky's been very successful in having volunteers clean up a lot of things. She most recently did it, I believe, at the chili bar. So there's options there, but those are things you need to be aware of in making this decision. My recollection is this project is consistent with our current Parks Master Plan and putting parks in the Diamond Springs area. So those are the things your board needs to weigh and consider.
I'd like to jump in and just make a little comment. I appreciate all the comments here today. And I think I left out a really critical, important point that the Boys and Girls Club has also stepped up and is planning on running the programs at this site. And I think that's really important because, as we all know, the county itself doesn't run programs and program activity. And so having a community partner that is willing to step up and do that in conjunction with how they serve the youth of our community and having this as an asset to our community is really meaningful. And I'm really excited about this project because there are so many wonderful people that are coming together to meet this need to serve the kids of El Dorado County. And it's truly a remarkable thing. And I think we all know that, gosh, when an opportunity comes before you, you don't often have all of the details fleshed out. There aren't, guarantees, but opportunity, I think we have to weigh, does the potential benefit outweigh the risks? And I think in this case, it clearly does, especially given the reversionary clause, given the amount of community partners. And these people are not going to want to wait for the development of the park. We're going to want to move forward on this. And there's a lot of energy and a lot of people that are deeply committed that have the means to do that, to move this forward, to help us move this forward in a community partnership. And the county needs to be a very willing, I think, and grateful participant in that equation. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what's possible and how we can work together to really serve the needs of our community.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah. So Wendy, you just raised something that I've been trying to figure out the timing of. If we do not receive a Prop 68 grant, what you're telling me is with ownership of the property, the Boys and Girls Club will want to move forward, given the fact we've done the CEQA. And my understanding is we have all the funding to do that, to make it shovel ready. If that is all true, then the Boys and Girls Club activities could be the first real development or improvements made on that site. Is that the way you see it? Because I'll tell you, occupancy will change that
Right.
Availability of homelessness. It'll change the vegetation management needs. I mean, it'll make people want to come forward and volunteer to do things as opposed to another vacant lot the county owns. So I'm trying to understand what you see as the timing if we don't get Prop 68 funds.
Yeah, I see we work with our community partners and staff to build this, like Vicki said, one ball field at a time. We hear that we have that the Boys and Girls Club has a commitment for the gymnasium already. So we build this one asset at a time and working with staff and our community partners. And these community partners have a proven track record of getting things done. So I am not overly concerned about that. This is not going to be a vacant piece of land forever.
Let me ask the other question. Is it possible to seek a bond measure through the county that the local residents would be participants in developing this park? Because now you got some real ownership if it happens at that level. Is that a possibility?
I haven't explored that. I don't know if
Yeah, that's
a comment
a
then.
possibility. Yes, Don Ashton, your CAO, that is a possibility. If the board wanted to do that, it would require voter approval. You're aware of that, but that's an option that could be explored.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Voter approval. Need I say more?
Always a fun thing.
Supervisor Novosel?
Oh, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I have to say, for looking at what's happened up in Pollock Pines, when you purchase a property, as we did up in the Four Bay area, the community has rallied. And in fact, it's been tough to keep them within our limits of where we can go because they're so excited about this. So I'm all for this. I realize there's going to be issues and there's concerns. And as Supervisor Thomas said, there's never a guarantee, but I just think it's a wonderful project. I don't think you can have enough recreation for our children. With that, I'd like to go ahead and move this item.
Could I ask if there is potential to shorten the revisionary clause instead of 5 years?
And if I could just address the reversionary provision just for a moment. And first of all, to be clear, my understanding of the intent of today's item is that there would still be a subsequent action of this board in order to formally authorize the chair to sign the dedication agreement. So this is, I guess you're providing kind of the substantive direction, but there are still some steps that need to take place. As to the dedication agreement, and I have been working with the foundation on the dedication agreement pursuant to prior board direction. And as proposed by the Marshall Foundation, the reversionary provision actually provides them with the authority, but not the obligation to mandate that the county transfer the property should it fail to construct the park or any part thereof within 5 years. That was specific language requested by the foundation. And it's important that you're aware of that because I think that as I hear the discussion, you're viewing it as maybe the reversionary provision reduces the county risk. And I think it's important you know that at least as proposed currently by the Marshall Foundation, again, it doesn't obligate them to request return of the property at the end of the 5 years. And frankly, I think they put that provision in there in part of our draft for the county's benefit. I think they were trying to be mindful of concerns from the county's end about an ability to deliver the project within a timely period. So I think that they were actually they requested that provision, I think, in large part for the benefit of the county. So depending upon the discussion, the action that is taken today, that may be something that I need to speak with the Marshall Foundation about whether there's different ways of structuring this reversionary provision. And as to the time, Supervisor Parlin, the 5 years, I think, was also a time frame that was put in there largely for the benefit of the county, recognizing that we understand that there's going to be some significant steps before we actually commence construction, which is really in this case defined to include the physical acts of construction, not simply entering into a contract for it, not simply securing funding, but it was intended to capture the actual commencement of construction. And so again, largely for the county's benefit, a longer time frame would be helpful, because again, we just, particularly when we were talking through this agreement over the course of the past year or so, we just didn't really know when we would have sufficient funding to move forward with construction.
Right. And then for clarification, the environmental work hasn't been done, right? CEQA?
That's correct. Yeah. So
Okay.
so CEQA does provide that you could enter into a land acquisition agreement for purposes of park facilities, so long as the ultimate use of the property is conditioned on completion of the CEQA review. So we could move forward with this, but the ultimate use of the site is obviously subject to compliance with CEQA.
Okay.
So,
Right, well,
We do have the funding to do the CEQA analysis, right? That is planned.
You had, on September 1st of 2020, the board had given the 250,000. I have not used any of that funding at this point, and I don't have a total cost as to what the whole CEQA analysis will cost and the final design.
Okay, but we have the full 250,000 available to do that, to make it shovel ready, should the award be made in a consistent manner where the funding requirements don't exceed that. If they do exceed that, then I think we got another a hurdle to get across. But yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
You know, I think this has been, you know, a big issue for a long time, especially for the children and stuff in that particular area, because they haven't had anything, you know, for a long time in a park. And especially when you talk about Timber Little League Park way back when, just a little kid, you know, then. So, and I know that there's a lot of issues, but one of the, like I say, the vegetation management issue, and then also the water, the drainage problem in El Dorado. I just don't want to see it more impact. And I hope we can actually solve that problem in El Dorado before we move forward with any of the stuff that's going to be built in that particular area.
yeah, I think the CEQA will help us know
Well,
about that, George. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I was headed. Like, it's a shame we couldn't get the CEQA in front of it to know, because it does look, with the creek running through it and all the wetlands, it does look like it's going to be a challenging piece of property environmentally. It does. You know, Army Corps of Engineers, it looked like, was probably going to have to get involved. So it is a challenging piece of property environmentally, and so that's another concern I have. So, and I will say, George, I remember playing, not me playing, my kids playing Little League there at Union Mine. And is it Charles Brown right there? So there are ball fields in the area. There are fields in the area that we have been. That's where I got a bee sting on my lip at a baseball game eating a hot dog. So yeah, the families do go there and we do use it. It's a great area. So
Chairman Parlin, I have a question on process. Supervisor Novacell made a motion. Do we need to wait till after public comment on that, or do we do a motion in a second
Yeah.
now?
And I was going to say that I was probably premature. I apologize. I thought that, you know, we hadn't had, I was thinking we'd already had public comment, so I
Sure.
apologize for that. So
No worries.
absolutely.
So
Sorry.
we'll wait till after public comment?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just didn't want to leave you hanging, Supervisor Novacell.
Yeah, no, I appreciate, that's what I was going to jump back going, oh my gosh, you know, I did that wrong time. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, well, let's hear from the public then, I guess, and see if that helps us come up with how we want to navigate this. Kim?
Of course. Now taking public comment on item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Chris.
Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Thomas, for bringing this item up. It certainly, as a 40-year resident of Patterson, off of Patterson, and as the founder of the Patterson Ranch Fire Safe Council, there's a lot of subjects that I've talked to you about related to our District 3. As you know, our friend Bob Smart, who passed away not too long ago, his dedication was to bring a recreation to the Diamond Springs, El Dorado area, the place where he lived. He was successful in so many ways, but he never got the facility that we're describing here. The one thing that I think would be towards his legacy would be to have this facility. Because there are schools adjacent to it, because there are other recreational opportunities adjacent to this, it makes this whole area then extremely important to the community. A couple of things, Vicki might chime in on this, but the Diamond Springs, El Dorado area is a moderate to low income area. It's not like El Dorado Hills, it's not like Cameron Park. It definitely, when you can check that box in terms of economic ability of the community, it receives the full credit towards any grants that we might put in. that makes this special in that regard. It's not the whole county that is being looked at. It's the Diamond Springs, El Dorado area, and Vicki will craft it because she has the ability to do it. She'll craft it in a way that will get the positive impact out of that. The other thing is Lake Oaks already has a large reservoir that is used for firefighting. They'll come in with a helicopter dip water out of the Lake Oaks reservoir. I'm talking about the thing that we see when we're driving around, what makes people really happy to have that kind of facility. This drainage goes to the Hangtown Creek, subsequently then to the Cosumnes watershed. We're part of the Cosumnes watershed. There are issues that need to be taken care of, like community county ownership of property, and a lot of issues that are separate. We have a lot of property that we could sell, the county does. So in that regard, I think there are things here that we don't want to mix in with this. Keep it simple. And Wendy, thank you very much for bringing it to our attention. Thank you.
Chris?
Now taking public comment from Jennifer McKim-Hibbert.
Hi, everyone. First of all, Happy New Year, everyone. And thank you, Wendy Thomas, for bringing this up. As a mother of 2 small children, I can tell you I am so excited about this idea. And just knowing that they're going to have a place to go all 12 months out of the year to partake in activities is amazing, especially as a parent when I'm trying to find different activities for my kids. So this is super exciting. I know that there's some logistics that are still needing to be worked out. My only question would be, if this property does not end up working out, is there another property that is owned within the area that could potentially be used that we or the county already owns? But that's it. That's my only question. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, I'm Sue Taylor, and first I like parks, so I want to cover that, but there seems to be a lot of movers and shakers behind the scenes of this, and that's commendable. My fear is that we are approving a project without the public even knowing that there is a project. I mean, this is like fast track right to the board, and will you buy this property, and we've approved a project. And it hasn't gone through a normal development review to know what your issues are before you even jump in and commit. And Supervisor Novosel mentioned the park in Pollock, and the county bought a 22-acre piece to jump on that for a park, and then they spent $405,000 on a plan, and now they are set it out for excess property to be sold. So, and the park you're talking about up there is basically Snowline Park that was always a baseball field, and we don't have kids anymore. So it's, the whole thing is kind of sad. And so I'm just, the speed of this is kind of overwhelming. And I think by accepting this donation, you're approving it without, like I said, going through the process, what usually vets out any possible problems that you have, that you're kind of just, speaking about in an assumption way, but you don't know because you haven't done any studies. The drainage is an issue. When they built Union Mine, all that drainage goes down to downtown El Dorado. I replaced a building down there for dry rot because it sat in too much water down there. This property is right adjacent to it. This was a mill site. It's probably got hazardous waste on it. Has that been evaluated? The neighbors, do they even know this project is about to be approved today? Road capacity, you don't have it. This is a 2-lane mining road that you keep approving projects out there that haven't been built yet. You got a senior apartments you're going to put right close to it, not for kids, for seniors, on a hairpin 2-lane road. And now you're going to add all of the capacity of this. Do you have the road capacity without taking out a line of houses to be able to have the appropriate house? I mean, the neighbors need to know what are the things that are going to happen to their community because you've approved this project today. And I'm not objecting the project, but you have to go through the process to know what the implications are and what are going to be the impacts. There will be homeless on this property. It is a fire hazard. It's at the top of the ridge from where the fire comes up from the canyon with all those oak trees that you can't cut down. So I would do this on a conditional approval based on your findings of a CEQA report. If you got the money to do this, Marshall's not going anywhere. They work with you. They'll work with you into perpetuity. And why not do the CEQA report and do the approval of this, give the public time to vet it, and do it conditional on the findings of your CEQA report and what it's going to take to make this habitable.
Thank you, Sue.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. Ken Greenwood, District 3. So, hey, wow, this is in my district, quote unquote. I think Sue Taylor pretty much just summed up some of the really substantial comments that apply to this situation. The cart is slightly before the horse. It's always hard to turn down free stuff, if you will, but free stuff always has a cost, as we're learning from various, well, we've been hopefully learning that since 1930, the New Deal. Anyway, yeah, slow down. You move too fast. But it always reminds me that as my kids were growing up, and there was always a problem with, where's baseball fields, where's this, where's soccer, on and on and on and on. And we're playing on these landmine type fields, similar to what Supervisor Turnbull mentioned, etc. And you kind of took your life into your hands. Good thing kids are young and flexible, right? But it always reminds me, our charming planning commissioner from the late 90s or late 80s, early 90s, Ms. Gerwer, was fond to say, well, everybody has 5-acre parcels here in El Dorado County. We don't need parks. I believe that was going back to the dealing with the Quimby Act and such, and then forcing developers to donate either land or fees under the Quimby procedure. What I'm getting at is that, no, we've neglected this for a very, very, very long time. And there's no issue that we need parks and such. Can we afford them? Can we afford to develop them? Is there grant money available? What do we have to what devil must we sell our soul to get these grant monies and keep timelines going and do CEQA? And oh my God, yes, if it was a mill site, it's not a question of is or if there is toxics there. It's guaranteed. I mean, they used to spray hose down the logs with, I can't remember what nasty thing it was. Something that the mill site up in Camino is going to have to deal with if it ever converts. But anyway, so there's lots of problems, challenges, etc. And I'm not saying don't do this, but I'm saying slow down and make sure that the ducks are in a line, or else we might find ourselves with yet another piece of property that we can't do much with.
Thank you,
And you know what that means.
You know what that means. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Jeannie Harper.
Muted. Yeah. Okay. So Chris, thank you so much for bringing up Bob Smart. I used to attend all of the Parks and Rec meetings way back in the day. And I can tell you under Vicki Sanders' leadership, he would be so thrilled today with everything that's happened. Also, with my background in education, you must know that I support any kind of healthy outdoor living for kids, all kids, especially our handicapped kids that don't get that chance very often. I love that the Boys and Girls Club is involved in this for Supervisor Thomas. And for everyone else's information, Snowline Little League is alive and well up at the Four Bay Park. So if anyone wants to have a chance to get in on that, they are always taking more applications. The only concern I would have, and I have to thank Supervisor Novosel for already bringing it up, would be the possibility of competition on what we're trying to finish up here at Bay Park and Playground. So that would be my only concern. But I did hear Vicky say that that would not be an issue. So I'm feeling blessed again. And thank you all. Thank you so much. Wendy, I hope that eventually that will become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie.
Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon now. Thank you, Supervisor Thomas, for bringing this forward. Of course, everyone likes the idea of parks. I want to bring up a couple questions about due diligence. You know, when you think about, let's just say, buying your own home, you would never do that without inspections. It just wouldn't be wise. So I'm just repeating everything that several other people have brought up, but in a different way. The drainage, look, you have staff who can do, yes, I know you have to do CEQA eventually, and that will uncover a lot. But as some others have said, it's cart before the horse. I think you really have to know drainage expenses, even if it's a back of the envelope type of estimate. What is the annual expense for keeping this vegetation down that the previous owner has had or didn't have because they didn't do it? What's the cost of insurance to insure yourself for anything that may occur on this land? You know, it could very well just be an albatross that you're taking on. And I think no one should be buying property without knowing full well, and I haven't looked at the paperwork on this, the what's attached, but from what everyone's saying, it doesn't appear that anyone has done an estimate of all the annual costs in the ownership of this property. And I really think that has to be fleshed out before you would buy a property. And I think alternatively too, what is the difference of you leasing the property for, let's just say, $1 a year, so that when you do your application for your grants, you can show that you have a lease arrangement, but you don't have the underlying ownership responsibilities. And then this homeless situation, which is a valid point, you're not the owner. It's not county owned. And then you don't have that issue. I mean, look at the parks in the city where they chose, I can't remember what the name of that one is, at Lumsden, where they actually tore down the bathroom facilities to try to manage a homeless problem there. So, you know, just to use caution and also due diligence with homework. And no, I absolutely would not buy this property today without doing that due diligence. It's not doing service to the taxpayers. Well, you're not buying it. What you're doing is you're receiving it as a gift. You're receiving it as a gift, but you're still there's going to be many expenses associated with the upkeep of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Brian Bierkamp.
Well, not wanting to prolong your day, and I'm sorry this item has gotten to this point, but this item came up under my tenure as a board supervisor, and it came up from the brain thrust of Bob Smart, Sean McCartney, and various other community members. It has been around, what, Vicki, now for going on probably 3 years or so. There's been a lot of due diligence done on it, and unfortunately it's gotten lost in the time that goes by. There are issues, but there's more opportunities than issues. And when you look at all of them and the people that are behind this, there are options certainly, but this is Plan A. And Plan A is to fulfill the needs of the general plan as well as the Parks Master Plan. And this fits it very, very well. There's been general engineering contractors on site. There's been preliminary work to determine what our potential obligations may be, and they've all come back very, very positive. And Vicki, I know you can testify to that. As to the vegetation management component, Mountain Enterprises has committed to do whatever is necessary there on site as this project moves forward. Also, the site as well is mostly open space also that will remain its normal drainage and its normal runoff, as well as the fields are proposed to be turfed fields that as well will absorb water. The issue with downtown El Dorado, and Brian Mullins and Raphael know it, is the culvert is worn out. It's 2/3 full, and it's just seeping, acting basically as a septic line down through and not able to drain the water that comes down through there. This project is upstream of Union Mine, and again, is not going to be one big paved parking lot. So again, as I stated, there's a plan A, B, and C, but we certainly thought the plan A was better. And I thank you, Supervisor Thomas, for continuing the work that has been done. And again, it's been on the agenda item of the Board of Supervisors numerous times. That's how it's gotten to this point. And now we ask that it would be moved forward. So thank you for that opportunity. And thanks, Wendy, for carrying this stream forward.
Thank you, Brian.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon. It was good for me to hear Brian's report, but I do have to say that I'm surprised how far along this project is. And I'm not really sure how I missed all of those details, but I understand how excited people are and the need that it fills and how wonderful it is that all these different groups are coming together to help fill a need. I see this area and this project as an opportunity that's being missed, an opportunity for multi-use. Why can't the project help fulfill the need for a facility El Dorado County has for seniors in our area? Is it too late to look into a multi-use facility? It would be a shame for the county to miss this opportunity for seniors. And how long will it be before the needs of seniors will be addressed if not in this project? Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I think that just gave us more food for thought.
Can I address something real quick, Lori? Because as everyone was talking, I was reading over the fiscal analysis, which I was surprised we had a couple comments from people saying that we haven't done our due diligence. And this is a 20-page draft report on the fiscal analysis of the property that the Board of Supervisors, I recall this a year ago, September, requested us to do. And I think we have done our due diligence on this. So again, I think it's an opportunity to, we can get drainage, perhaps work on that. We can work on adding senior systems. It's a large area. It's 40 acres or so. And, it's got a lot of, to me, a lot of opportunity in here. So that's all I always wanted to state.
Yeah. Supervisor Thomas, can I say something before I really want to feel comfortable with this. And Brian Bierkamp, when he was on the board, he knows I've had concerns about this all along. I don't want the county to get stuck with another piece of property. And that did happen in Pollock Pines at that other parcel. It did. It was intended for a park. It's not getting built. And we're still trying to sell it. So I just don't want this to happen again. I'm wondering if, given, Brian Bierkamp's comment about Mountain Enterprises, if we could incorporate a contract of something in writing, that we could actually have our hands on for vegetation management along with this, taking ownership. And then, in my mind with the homeless issue, I feel like we're trying to fast track that issue anyway with our temporary homelessness. So maybe that'll help us spur things along, because those are really my two biggest concerns with taking this so early. You know what I mean? If we could get those two things addressed, and then I didn't understand the county council, the reversionary clause part. If we don't get something going in 5 years, they don't have to take it, or we don't have to give it. I didn't understand that part. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So it was as currently proposed, again, by the Marshall Foundation. It reads that the foundation would have the legal authority, but not the legal obligation to mandate that the county convey its interest in the property back to the foundation should the county fail to commence construction of the park or any part thereof within 5 years from the date of the conveyance, or cease using the property for park purposes, park project purposes as described in the agreement. So that's how it is currently fashioned. Now, it's not to say we couldn't have discussions about other ways to do this. again, this was intended to provide as much flexibility for the county in trying to get a project together and delivered to the point where both parties felt reasonably confident that it would result in kind of our shared goal of construction of a sports complex on the site. That's not to say we couldn't have further discussions about how that's structured. I just did think it was important to let you know, because it sounded from the discussion that there was a feeling that this would happen automatically, that if the county just sits on it, well, we've only bought off a 5-year commitment. And at least as currently proposed, I don't believe that is the case. Again, it provides the Marshall Foundation with that ability, but no obligation to say they want it back at the end of 5 years. Now, I think there's an understanding that it's going to be used for park purposes. That was the purpose. That was how they acquired it. So I think there still remains a shared interest in constructing a park project there, but there certainly could be further discussions as to how we accomplish that.
So I guess I don't understand the reversionary clause though. Let's say the county, we get to a point and we're like, it's not working. We don't want to keep this. We've moved on to another piece of property, just, for an example or something. Can we make it so that they take the property back, or is it all in Marshall's? Are they the drivers right now of the reversion? I guess that's part I'm not clear on.
Yeah, again, I propose, I don't think we could compel them to take the property back. So, again, so much of this was based on discussions where we were trying to create an opportunity and flexibility for the county. I'm actually hearing today that you probably want it tighter. You want an ability to ensure that the county no longer has it. And that is a little bit different than the context in which we had the discussions previously. So we could certainly have discussions to do that. That's just not how it's currently proposed.
So I would like to see that, Wendy.
Okay, and maybe I can provide a little bit of clarity too. I don't know if you have actually walked and seen this property. This is a gorgeous piece of property. And my understanding is that the donor and the family that is willing to donate the land for this purpose isn't trying to offload this piece of property onto the county. It is their sole desire and intent for this land to be used for community benefit. So my understanding is they are not at all interested in having a gorgeous vacant piece of land that just sits empty. And so they would be, I think, they would not at all be in favor of the county just sitting on this and not doing anything with it. They don't want that to happen. Once again, this is a beautiful piece of property that has a lot of potential. So I think they would, my understanding is they would, probably be much more interested in taking it back and repurposing it for them, for community benefit. So I think that alleviated my concerns in just knowing their intent. I think it's also, thank you, Supervisor Novosel, for bringing up the fiscal analysis again. I think it's really important. Like you said, this work was started with Brian Veerkamp when he was on the board, and I'm just carrying this forward on a private, on a prior action the board has already taken. And the fiscal analysis, has an operating cost as far as, what the ongoing costs will be of this project, as well as the costs for improving the land and turning it into a park, including excavation and grading and erosion control, and all of those details are in the fiscal analysis. And I think that's really important. As I was thinking about this project too, I think about some of the projects that we have moved forward as a board. And if you will recall, when we moved this round of projects forward to on the Prop 68, the rural recreation grants, we moved forward on the Thomas property. And, we saw potential in that and asked our staff to go after a grant for that. And what gives me, I think, comfort in this project versus even that we approved is the Thomas property is, while it has, tremendous potential in riverfront property, that is a vacant piece of land that we have not done the fiscal analysis on. We have no project, we have no design, and we would be having to buy that property for several $1 million. So, I mean, in terms of, and we've already approved that. So in terms of this project, that is a gift that we have the fiscal analysis already done. We have community partners identified with funding that are not only ready to help us build it, but to run it. And a fiscal analysis that shows that there is a revenue generating potential on this. I mean, that for me gives me great confidence in moving this forward today. So So with that, I would like to move that we accept the donation of property identified by assessor parcel 31-400-002 on our staff report for the purpose of developing a sports complex in the community of Diamond Springs, and direct staff to return with an item to authorize the chair to sign a dedication agreement.
Supervisor Heidel, did you want to do?
Yeah, I'll second for discussion.
There you
because
go.
Okay, sorry.
I do have some questions relative to the due diligence that Marshall did, and I didn't want to dig into the ancient history of this, but I have to believe before the Marshall Foundation accepted this piece of property, that they had some kind of potholing or other things done to determine, is it a contaminated piece of property? And are there existing drainage issues that need to be addressed right away? Because I'm assuming, the presumption I have is that that due diligence was done by Marshall before and nothing turned up, hey, red flag, yellow flag, whatever. Because I don't know that part of it, because my going into this was it had been reasonably well determined that it didn't have known existing issues relative to soil contamination and other things. So some of the things I'm hearing today brought up by different people are surprise to me. So I guess, Wendy, do you know what was done before Marshall Foundation accepted that property?
I don't have insight into what has happened on their end. I just have, because I was not part of that project at that time.
Okay, and Wendy, or I guess Vicky, the question would be, you're not aware of anything that our facilities or anybody else has done to determine things like soil contamination? I mean, that doesn't take much to go out and dig a couple holes and look at what you get, so.
I'm not aware of any soil contamination. This actually, before it was purchased for the ideas of it being a park, it was going to be Diamond Dorado. It was a housing development. There were going to be 77 homes put on the property. The developer it could never take off. So therefore, there was no contamination that I'm aware of. No test has been done that I'm aware of. I did take a land developer out there in regards to moving the dirt, because of my concerns of the piece of property that we had in Pollock Pines, that we purchased a piece of property. And then when it got to the design, it was going to be terraced ball fields. That's not what my desire was. So I wanted to know, can this land move? Is it movable? Can we get it flat? Am I not going to have it terraced? And he was surprised. It was surprised at what a wonderful piece of property it was. I did take the environmental consultant out before the scope of work. His comment was, I don't see any conditions that are going to prohibit you from doing exactly what you want to do out here. I think it's a great site. So I have the oak woodland study from years ago, from when the housing development was going in, and all those documents I got from planning. So we reviewed all of that stuff before we went forward. And we had actually done round 3 for the acquisition of this property. In the meantime, an anonymous donor heard of the project, went to the property, and it definitely feels like it should be a sports complex. It's a wonderful, peaceful piece of property. But besides being ball fields, it looks that we would leave natural areas because the high school uses it for the ecology classes. So Dead Man's Creek would stay. It would have Frisbee golf. So there were other amenities that could also be offered at this site. So everything was always, I'd gotten no negativity on this from anybody that I took out to the site, from consultants or land movers.
So I have another question. What impact would it have on moving forward with the Prop 68 application if we were to condition the acceptance of the property based upon completing the CEQA documents, determining are there mitigations that need to occur? If we put some kind of a condition that we get a reasonable CEQA back in terms of we don't find anything there that's going to cause major cost impacts, et cetera, before we formally accepted the property. So it'd be a conditional type of situation. Would that impact the Prop 68 application? Because we haven't fully accepted it yet, right?
Right. We haven't accepted it. And I think what's prohibited this from being competitive is the fact that we hadn't accepted it, but we could do something conditional like that. And the fact that I'm not moving forward with the CEQA document. So it looks like we're not moving. We're not willing to invest anything in this property. So why would the state? So I think by being able to put in the agreement that a contract is moving forward for phase 1 environmental, the estimate that I got for that was around 50,000, which seemed like a good way to move forward. And I think that would make it look competitive in the grant process, that we're moving forward with the CEQA analysis, we're moving forward with development of this property. And I think any type of an agreement that I can put in there, all I've been able to put in now is that it was acquired by an anonymous donor, but the county doesn't have possession of it. We would take possession if we got the grant. That's what I put in the last one. So I think anything that we could put that we're more invested, because it doesn't look as if we're very invested in this property.
You know, one of the concerns that was talking about, John was bringing up, and I know that mill very well, the Farnsworth Mill. And in fact, a lot of my family worked at that mill, but I remember when they used to do dust mitigation with that area and use drain oil to basically, and they spread it out so you wouldn't have a lot of dust. And that's a lot of these mills did that. I mean, way back when. I mean, and then the laws have changed. So this is some of the concerns, especially that I have, especially when moving forward with this, and then we do a CEQA analysis and we find out there is contamination. So is a county going to be responsible for the cleanup, especially if we own it? So that's some of my concerns. I think it's a great project, but I just have some concerns, especially with that, and then also the drainage in El Dorado.
So can we put a condition on this? You know,
Yeah, I wanted to ask county council if you thought we could craft it in such a way.
Right.
I think that would alleviate a lot of concerns.
Yep.
I can certainly have discussions. I just think it's important to bear in mind that there's a negotiation that needs to take place. I think that the Marshall Foundation's desire was to have acquired it via the donation to them, and then to subsequently and quite frankly quickly donate it to the county. My understanding is the Marshall Foundation doesn't really have much of a desire to hold this property for an extended period. So we could certainly have discussions if the board is interested in trying to put some sort of conditions so that the county, perhaps the agreement states that they agree to dedicate it to the county, and that the county will accept it upon the condition of satisfactory completion of the CEQA process. I mean, we can do that. I don't know. I mean, you guys are going to have to weigh then if that makes a significant improvement in our chances of securing the grant funding or not. And that I certainly can't answer. And I think Vicki may be able to speculate as to that, but that's also, a little bit of a balancing that you're going to have to accommodate.
So Vicki, can you respond to that one?
So I think trying to make this as competitive as we possibly can, it is in a disadvantaged community, which means that even the rural and recreation tourism grant has a 20% grant match if you are not qualified, if you're over the medium income. This one falls well below. So we meet the disadvantaged community, we meet the underserved area. So we meet those requirements. We are not showing that we have a level of commitment to the project, in my opinion. And I think that's what's holding us back a lot of it. But in round 4, as Dawn had mentioned, the letter that we received when we did not receive the grant was that there was 2.42 billion in requests. 468 projects were requested. And the state only had 548 million to do. So what the letter stated was, it shows how statewide local parks are needed everywhere, and that the competition is just so stiff. So I think to make this as competitive as possible, with every agreement we can come on with the land by the 20th, that I can put in the agreement that we want to move forward with a phase 1 environmental, it shows that we have a commitment to the project. And we think it's a worthwhile project. I mean, I try to sell it as best I can in the grant, but it's a little hard when we haven't done a lot of those initial investments. And we did on the old depot property, which made it very competitive.
We've been, 3 years in this, and it's time to move this forward. And in talking about that, this used to, this was originally proposed as perhaps a housing development. Our community, George, the impact on the roads and all of that. Our community would not be happy with a large housing, development on this property. Whereas there are no parks in Diamond Springs, and it is a disadvantaged community, and it has a large, base of children that that would really benefit from this. And there's an economic gain. So I think we need to boldly move forward with this today. I do have a motion on the table.
I agree with you, Wendy. I want to make one, but the biggest problem is liability. And if we find out on the CEQA documents that there is contamination, there's issues. I just don't want to have the county end up, the county has to fork all the burden and stuff, and that's going to cost the county a lot of money to clean this particular area up. So that is my only concern, and concern like John was talking about. It's just too bad we didn't have the CEQA documentation done prior to any of this being brought up. Thanks.
Yeah, and I would be supportive if we could somehow make it so that we're taking it conditionally based upon the environmental analysis. And plus doing environmental analysis allows the residents and everybody to get more involved. That's what the CEQA process is all about.
Right.
So if we could somehow craft it to that, and if Marshall would be agreeable to that, it would show that we're moving forward. It would show forward progress. But honestly, we have to do our due diligence on things too. That is part of our responsibility as the county government. So if we could craft it that way, if county council thinks that he could be persuasive on how to negotiate that with Marshall, I could support that.
So my understanding, Dave, was after the board took action today to do this, that you and Vicki would be meeting with the Marshall Foundation to finalize the dedication agreement. That would be the process after today. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, correct.
Okay. So do you have any language suggestions for us today that would allow us to be competitive with this grant application while addressing some of the concerns that you've heard today? As far as, directing staff to return with a dedication agreement that addresses, let's see, dedication agreement. It's hard to think on the fly sometimes.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, let me just note that Vicki mentioned the 20th. And I guess the question I have for David is, could we put together a conditional agreement, meet with Marshall Foundation and get some kind of buy-in at that level before the 20th? Because if the timeline isn't consistent, then I think we have another decision we have to make. Move on or continue.
Supervisor Heidel, I think I was going to address that. Thank you for raising that. I think that is the primary concern. So my understanding is that the purpose of this item was to do enough that Vicki could include the information in the application that's otherwise due on the 20th, recognizing, of course, that there are still steps necessary to formalize the dedication and for the county to accept the dedication of the property. I am not confident that if you're contemplating a kind of a fairly complex series of conditions that are going to be necessary, that agreement could be done. And in that case, our deadline is not the 20th. Our deadline is the next board meeting next Tuesday, the agenda for which publishes tomorrow. So I am not confident that we would be able to get that what could be again a fairly complex series of conditions in place for the board's approval next Tuesday.
Yeah, and very frankly, that's what the environmental analysis will all be about. The CEQA documents will tell us exactly what we're dealing with. And in thinking about that, if items come forward in that CEQA document that don't allow us to move forward with the park, or that invalidate the fiscal analysis, then we simply wouldn't be able to do it as far as turn it over to park. And then I would think then the reversionary clause, we'd be talking to the foundation, the donor, about the reversionary clause, because we wouldn't be able to move forward with this project. And really, this item is not about accepting land. It's about developing a sports complex and a park for the Diamond Springs community. And if the CEQA analysis doesn't allow us to develop a park for the Diamond Springs community, then I would think that that's when the reversionary clause would kick in. So, like I said, nothing's guaranteed, but I think the opportunity and the benefit is worth the risk, especially with all of the analysis that we have done to date. We usually aren't this far, in terms of a project. So with that, my motion stands, and I'd be happy to read it again if you'd like me to.
You're just saying what was here, right?
Well, no, I added a little bit. I move that, that we accept, the donation of property as stated in the report on the agenda item, and direct staff to return with an item to authorize the chair to sign a dedication agreement.
So you have to put a time certain with that, right? By the next board meeting, right?
By the end of January. Does that work, Dave, as far as your, that would be the last meeting in January?
If that's the board's direction, well, I could certainly do my best.
But the deadline's the 20th.
My understanding is if we take this action today, that Vicky will have what she needs in order to put that in the grant application.
What I would have is the minutes from this meeting, because what I basically would be seeking is your direction. Because if you at this meeting decided, no, we're backing away, I wouldn't even be writing the grants.
Right.
So whatever you put in the motion, I can always attach those as minutes because it's your intent.
Right.
Okay, so my second stands with that, so.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Kim, you have that, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote then.
Okay, Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
I'm going to vote no, and I'd like the record to reflect that I feel the county has not had an opportunity to do its due diligence before taking ownership of this property. And that's truly all it is, you guys. I love the project, but I feel we need to do our due diligence. That's all it is.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Kim, you need to say your thing, motion passes and all that.
Oh, sorry, you kind of out me. Motion passes 4-1.
Awesome. Okay, well, I totally blew it on my first day. It's already 1 o'clock. We haven't had lunch, so I apologize. I guess we need to take a lunch. We're Zooming, so I'm thinking that lunch can be faster. And then we have to come back at whatever time to do our.
Can we do a half hour, 1:30?
That
Start
works
for
for me. That works for
start
everybody?
open forum at 1:30, and then we'll finish off hopefully do a couple of whatever we need.
No, yeah. Sorry, guys, I'm
That's
trying.
all right.
No, you're doing
Okay.
great.
Very
Yeah,
good.
you're doing
All right, well, let's do
All right.
that then. We'll come back at 1:30 and do our open forum.
That's
Thank
great.
you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like everybody's coming back online.
Yep.
Here we go. Okay. So we're going to continue with the meeting, and I just want to, before we go directly to the open forum, I'm guessing there were folks that may not have been here this morning when we kind of established that we've changed the timer to help everyone follow our 3-minute protocol. And so the timer has been adjusted. It will chime at the 2.5-minute mark to let you know you only have 30 seconds left to wrap things up. And then there's kind of a ringing bell at the 3-minute mark to let you know your time is up. And I'm going to thank you for making your comment. And then we're going to turn off the microphone so that we can have our public comment be equal and fair to everyone. So with that, I think, Kim, we're ready to resume and go to open forum.
Thanks. Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Steve Berry.
Steve, you there? Uh-oh. Steve, it looks like you unmuted. Oh. Kim, do you see a reason why we can't hear him?
I do not.
Steve, we're not hearing you, but it looks like you're unmuted. I'm not sure what's going on.
Steve, you need to check your microphones. Make sure your microphone is connected up.
Oh, is that often a problem?
Sometimes.
Do you want me to go on to the next person?
Yeah, let's try that. And Steve, if there's a little arrow next to the little microphone button at the bottom, at least on mine, and that's where you can choose your microphone. Try that. We'll come back to you. Thanks, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Oh, hi, good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch. What I'd like to talk about that's not on the calendar today is one of time management. And this being a new year and people thinking of new ways of doing things, I wanted to suggest some ideas that maybe the board could think of to help us all be good participants in these meetings. First of all, I know this, you've heard this many times before, but I'd like you to really seriously consider putting open forum back to 9 a.m. This is so people can start their day that way, get their comments out of the way and move on. I know you're paid to be there all day, but the listeners, your community is not paid to sit on these meetings all day. Many of them work and many of them have other tasks and chores they need to do. And so for good governance, please seriously consider putting it back to the middle of the beginning of the day. The other things for time management, I was wondering if you would consider when you have things like proclamations, I don't know, I don't know if this is doable, but could you change the time limit to maybe from 3 minutes to 1 minute and maybe limit it to 5 people making comments for a total amount of time of 5 minutes? Because really it gets very repetitive. There's not that much new that people are saying and their personal stories are not very additive. I know that's harsh, but You've got so much to get through, and some of us have been waiting all day for the second item that was on the agenda this morning, in which we thought may come up at 10 o'clock, between 9:15 and 10. I know it's very hard to predict, and it does say departmental matters might come up at any time, but there's just very few people who have the luxury of sitting and listening all day to these meetings, waiting for an item to come up. The other last thing, just I'll say it briefly, is about the consent calendar. I brought this up before. I think you have an overuse of the consent calendar. I brought this up to the CAO, who told me this is the way it's always done. But when I read up on the consent calendar, it's supposed to be for items that are mundane and repetitive. And these items certainly aren't. And I think if citizens should bring them up, then you have to find a way to discuss them. I really can't remember the last time that a citizen asked for you to pull a consent calendar item that you actually did. And that's, to me, not good governance. We need to be part of the process. You know, maybe on occasion you have, but it's really become the rarity. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And I hope it's a good year ahead.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from 132.
Hello, board.
We can hear you.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, I got a frog.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So we're all back to COVID theater today. Woohoo! You know, when I saw this, that you were going to be doing virtual meetings again, I asked myself, what are they afraid of? Are they afraid of COVID? In which case, you probably shouldn't be seen at any public gatherings around town. Or are you really afraid of the public? And then when I start thinking about why would they be afraid of interacting with the public, one only has to think that despite the fact that the public has objected to all of this nonsense and made it loud and clear that we weren't going to put up with mandates and all of this COVID theater, that since you've decided to do that anyway, the plan is when the California Department of Public Health says jump, El Dorado County is going to say how high. This is very concerning because we're seeing the schools are getting tests for COVID. And that to me only indicates one thing, is that they plan on using phony tests to ramp up numbers, to scare everybody into taking kids out of school again, locking down businesses again. We just can't do this. We're already suffering from the fire, from the snow. Another lockdown is going to destroy El Dorado County. So the way I see it, you all have three choices to make. The first one is to do as you indicated you were going to do by passing those resolutions, is to stand with the public, your constituents, and put an end to this COVID theater immediately. Or two, you can decide that you didn't sign up for this, which I wouldn't blame you. You probably thought you were going to be approving parks and office buildings and had no idea a pandemic was going to sweep in and turn your job into a nightmare. But if you can't do your job, then you probably should resign. The third option is to stand with the public health department and get ready for the pitchforks to come out. I don't think you want to do that. I wish you would all take a very long look in the mirror and think about what you want your legacy with this county to be. Do you want to be the hero
Your time
that
is
stands
up.
with the people?
Your time is up. Did you want to add your name voluntarily to the record?
My name's Laura Bradley. I had my last sentence. You could let me finish.
No, we're out of time, Laura. I'm sorry. We started a new protocol today. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Ken Greenwood, District 3, have to talk fast, time limits, don't like the bell. But I guess somebody's got to do it. I indicated my correspondence with you last night, and I apologize. I would have loved to have gotten done by 4 p.m. The websites need reviews, a lot of dead ends on that. And I would imagine if I were in true need, I would have been really disappointed with all of the dead ends that I found on the pages. I did include links for that, so staff can hopefully work on those. Item 3, people are miserable out there. They need help. They want to know. They're angry. They're this, they're that. They're frustrated because it's ugly. It's cold. It's wet. The good news is it hasn't kept snowing. That could have only been worse, right? Have I mentioned WTFs lately? I took a tour of Grizzly Flat before the storm just to kind of see some friends of mine's property, and oh my gosh, what a difference. But I also noticed there's an AT&T cell tower out there that I'm not sure, according to Facebook, so it must be true, or it might be true. Anyway, AT&T's signal out there is wanting at this time. If we're going to put these monstrosities in people's backyards and violate their property rights, et cetera, in the name of public safety and on and on and on, then we should also put a mandate that following a X, Y, or Z, that they have them up and running within 10 days, 5 days, who knows? Put their heels to the fire. They are violating our visual space as neighbors, so we might as well add that to the ordinance that hopefully will be worked on this year. District 3, Wendy, Ms. Thomas, pardon me. There's a pothole in front of the Gay House on Sly Park Road heading westbound. It is almost, if nothing's been done about it in the last day, then it's probably 6 to 8 inches deep, and I thought I had broken a tire on my little Subaru. So there's that. Also, I must agree with Ruth that 9 a.m. is the better time to be doing this. I agree that there's an overuse of the consent calendar, and that we should come up with maybe some protocol on that.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm taking public comment from Tracy Doyle.
Hello. So today we're going to talk about this ridiculous show you guys are putting on with Lori asking to bring our meetings back to virtual. So we have courts are open, we have restaurants, we have stores, small stores, schools, Disneyland is packed, bowling alleys, libraries. Placer and Sacramento County boards are meeting in person. The casino is open, the wineries and bars. Pretty much everything but you guys. Kind of makes you guys look like a joke. So what we see this as is subjugation. Now it's easier to ring that little bell and just turn people off. You can't do that. And you couldn't handle it when Melody Lane would come in and John would try to get her to shut up and it wouldn't work. So now I think this is a great little good governance method of yours. You're not afraid of COVID. We see all of you out at the parties and the chamber lunches without your mask. You know, it's a joke. You're a joke. You're using this subjugation tool to control comments and the interrupting. Thank God you're not the chair anymore. You know, Lori, you've been a little curt today with people, but John, you were very rude in interrupting. So you're limiting access. So remember, we're going to take pictures of you if we see you out campaigning. Don't come to our conservative parties trying to raise money. Don't come to our barbecues and our crawfish boils. We remember how one of you cussed a citizen out at one of those parties last year. We remember all the things you guys have done for the last 2 years. It wasn't you, John. I'll say that. So we have all this open. And Lori, it's not inclusive of you to take the meeting back. It's actually limiting people's participation. We have people who don't have internet access who are having to go find internet access because of the winter storm. You are not respecting the opinions of those of us who have moved on from the COVID theater by denying us the opportunity to walk in. So if some of you are afraid to face the public or afraid of germs or whatever, you could choose to Zoom in, but we would like to see the chambers open, and those of you who are not cowards in the chamber facing the public. Suppression of freedom of speech and representation of citizens and subjugation is not going to be tolerated. Whoever that was on Carla Hass's Zoom with his mask on in his office, that is an example of psychological mass formation, propaganda, and manipulation. We are not going to have this going on. When you guys put on these shows, we have the parents that are isolating children. And there was a little girl who tried to kill herself twice last year because her only little friend, her parents were so afraid of COVID, they isolated them. So you are culpable for all of the crimes against humanity. And we're watching you.
Tracy.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Okay, well, I agree. We do need to move the time back to 9 o'clock. And let me sell it for you. If you put the open comment back to 9 o'clock, then you wouldn't have all of us lingering around and just randomly commenting on things that we probably wouldn't comment on. So we would actually save you time. You would save time. You'd be out of your basement, at a decent time instead of having to have a 12-hour struggle session with us. So with that being said, we're going to talk about COVID theater. I'm real ashamed that you guys decided to sign up on that. I totally agree with Tracy. I hope we don't see any of you guys out without full PPE. I'm talking face mask, shield, booties, gloves, the whole deal. It's easier to fool people than it is to convince people that they have been fooled. And that's Mark Twain. It is 660 days since 15 days to slow the spread. One of the things that really bothers me is that Nancy Williams has decided to just go MIA and not face the music. The sad thing is that a lot of these deaths that we've had, they could have been prevented. Dr. Malone has said, early treatment saves lives. We have not done that. And when this is all exposed and it's all out and people are waking up every day, there are going to be people that are going to be held accountable for that. And I hope that there are people in this county that are held accountable. Let's talk about all our conspiracy theories that mean old me and mean old Tracy and all us mean people have said for the last 2 years that have actually come out to be true. Cloth masks are ineffective against Omicron. This is Leanna Wen from CNN, correspondent. The vaccinated can spread and get COVID. The death rate is comparable to the flu. Chris Hayes. These are all things that have just been recently said that we've been screaming for the last 2 years. Many people are entering hospitals with COVID, not from COVID. Dr. Fauci. Natural immunity is a reason Omicron hasn't been as virulent. Fauci. We have to take into account societal needs, not just spread prevention, CDC. The asymptomatic should not be tested, NFL. We should focus on hospitalizations and deaths, not case rate. President Biden. Children are not at risk and schools should remain open. COVID is predominantly an illness affecting the immunocompromised and elderly, and we should not shut down society. The human desire to protect the ego and rationalize personal decisions by any means necessary is one of the funniest social phenomenons, and it has tore apart our county and our country. It's tearing apart our world, and it's heartbreaking. And I want you guys all to wake up! Wake up!
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I agree with so much that's been said. I agree with Ruth about consent calendar. I think you've been bright. Most of you weren't around when we had a board that didn't mind engaging with the public. And the consent calendar, when the public went before the board and requested something to be taken off, they did it. They also didn't put so many important things on the consent calendar. They also allowed someone representing a large group to speak for 5 minutes. They also let us speak at 9 o'clock so that we could get on to work, because you are the servants for the public, not the other way around. And I am somebody that doesn't do the backdoor lobbying. I'm a front door person. And I've spent 10 hours on research, and to be told that I need to do this faster, I know that, but I have a job. I'm digging people out of their homes. We're getting gas to different people. I'm doing things that I wish I didn't have to do. On top of that, I decided to read through this agenda, which I did at 2 to 6 in the morning so I could get it done. And then I'm disregarded. You know, you talk about respect for the public. I've been doing this for probably 10 years of research. And that's why you wouldn't let me be a planning commissioner, because I do my research. I know my stuff. I know this county. I know the soil and the earth that you just approved for this project that you rejected, even considering looking at it before you approved it. A lousy 30 days to make sure you didn't get into a financial bind. I told you about the resolution that you approved for the DOT to exclusively do variances. Well, if you read the resolution, it actually says, be it resolved that he's authorized to accept and sign any notice of deed restriction and covenant. So her thing about 3,000 feet, it's mentioned in the whereases, but it's not mentioned in the law. So every time I bring you facts, you parade a group of people across to discredit that facts, your friends, your staff, and I'm tired of it. I have worked hard for this county and I want to be respected. So I'm going to bring up one other thing. When I bring this up, it's not to berate anybody. I don't have the luxury to tell everybody how much I love them and how great everybody is, because I only have 3 minutes before that nightmare bell rings. So excuse me if I sound frustrated, but I have a short window to share so many things that I'm trying to get to you to make a better decision. And you talked about the park when I said there's serious environmental issues. You switched the topic to say we have a great financial analysis that had nothing to do with the mitigation that's may very likely be taken on that property. So it was kind of wondering, all the parties are back together that have been in there in the past and who's going to make money out. It just was very uncomfortable the way that was handled. And you have the right to engage with the public. You don't have to rely on this 3 minutes. If there's a topic, I wanted to share one more thing.
No, your time is up. We're done.
Well, your time is going to be up, Lori, if you keep cutting people off.
Well, sorry, we have protocols.
I'm taking public comment from Don Wolfson. Don, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, sorry, I was on the wrong page. Don Wolfson, Cameron Park. And I agree with what quite a lot of people have said. Number one, move public comment to 9 a.m., so that we all know when it is and we can work around it. The timer, I like the timer idea, but the 3 minute up one is kind of obnoxious. I hope you can find a better sound. And other than that, when whoever it was said, listen to the community. Well, I'm part of the community too. And I appreciate that you're taking, as the state recommended, COVID precautions on your meetings until assess the impact of Omicron and see what we really need to do. So everybody who's beefing about that, I disagree with them. I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Now taking public comment from Steve Berry.
Good afternoon. Sorry about the sound problem.
Yay, there you are.
There I am. I'm on my cell phone now, so that works just fine. In any case, I got some books for you folks, and I gave them to Lori yesterday, Supervisor Parlin yesterday to deliver them to you. They're called Hope Disappearing, and they are about homelessness. The book was written by a good friend of mine by the name of Sherman Haggerty, who happens to live in El Dorado County. The point of the book is that for me to give this to you is that you have some tremendous responsibilities to take care of people, especially those who are mentally ill, followed, if you will, by those who are drug addicted and really can't control what they're doing and so forth until somebody gives them some help. And I hope that you learn from that book that I gave you. I hope you enjoy it. But more than that, I hope that you will take a look at it and say, who is this guy Sherman Haggerty? And actually have him come in and give you a presentation as to what he has done over the last 10 years. He's part of the Volunteers of America. He's run the homeless program at Mather Air Force Base. And the man knows what he's talking about. He gave up a job as the president of U.S. Homes back about 10 years ago to then volunteer his time to do this. He's a real serious person about doing things like this. And I will make sure that each one of you get his contact information. Lastly, one of the things that his book told me is that the sheriff in his program, doing what he wants to do there by the jail in terms of the homeless, is really as close to the vision as this county is probably going to get to being taking care of people. The Housing First program brought to us by HUD and various whatever political people is not a solution. It is a problem. And to give yourself a thought as you go to bed tonight, think about this. There's been a big old snowstorm and some people are living in the hotels up there in Lake Tahoe. Are they all accounted for at the end of the night? That's just a thought. In any case, I wish you the best. I would not want your job hearing people been talking, but in any case, I hope you enjoy the book and that it gives you more information than you've ever had before. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you, Steve.
Now taking public comment. I'm sorry. Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon again. If you are interested in moving public comment to 9 o'clock in the morning, I suggest that you limit it to 2 minutes. I think people can say what they have to say in 2 minutes on a topic that's not on the agenda. And it's important to get on to the agenda items also. I would also like to say, with 587 new cases of COVID between last Friday and yesterday in El Dorado County, I do not see this as COVID theater. And I don't want you to think everyone thinks you are cowards. There are people making a lot of noise and threats, and I'm sure you must know not everyone in the county agrees with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Now taking public comment from Krista.
Hello, supervisors. This is Krista Grassi. I'm sure you all expected to get reamed today over the virtual, and I'm not going to belabor that, but I do have an ask. At the end of open, if you can actually address those issues and state exactly why you decided to go virtual, because like others have stated, we've seen you out and about, everybody else is meeting in person. I'm curious as to what exactly prompted that, and if you all agreed on it, you know, how that all was handled. You don't answer to the state, you answer to us, we the people. And it's a little disturbing to see us go back to this. And I don't see anything that has really changed as far as what's coming out of CDPH. And no one listens to our governor. So why does that even matter at this point? And this 3-minute cutoff, that's concerning that there's a hard cutoff because public forum is vitally important. So maybe we do need to switch it to 9 o'clock so that you guys can allow, I don't know, maybe a good 2 hours for open, just to make sure everyone gets to speak, because these are important issues, and a hard cutoff, you don't want to go there. So thank you and a happy new year.
Thank you, Krista.
Now taking public comment from Brian Chapman.
Thank you for taking my message today. I've been listening very intently to what's been going on here. I've listened to you fine people be threatened, cajoled, lied to, and put into a situation where you were dealt with very, very poorly. I, as a citizen of El Dorado County, apologize for that. You're public officials. You're trying to make decisions for all of us, and we appreciate that. One of the people that I listened to said she didn't understand why you'd gone to virtual processes. We, this weekend, had the largest spike in COVID individual cases that we've had since this material started. We are now up to 170 plus people dead in this county because of this hoax. It's not a hoax. It's a very, very frightening pandemic disease that is mutating even as we speak. The process you get to deal with here is I appreciate anything that can be done publicly to protect the public. Having to do with protecting the public, that also has to do with protecting the public that doesn't think they need protecting. You're in a situation where you've moved away from listening to our public health individuals and their input on a regular basis. I think that our public health department should be speaking to this at least once a month in your material here. The other process you get to take a look at is I've listened to people talk about what the people think. Well, the people voted you into office. The people also voted the governor into office. And the circumstances are that there may be a lot of people that don't like him, but the process is they do have to listen to him because he is the elected administrator for the state of California. The processes that we get to take a look at over the course of the last 2 years have been really frightening. I give you 4 numbers for you to sit there and deal with. Our number between now and the end of the week is, according to extrapolation with the current COVID strain, will probably be 3 times what it was this weekend. The process you get to deal with is there are 82,000 people in this state who are now found themselves with this disease. The third situation you get to deal with is we have hundreds of thousands of people across this country who are either dead or dying from this. Please do not be dissuaded by angry voices. Please think very deliberatively about how you deal with this, and thank you for being safe. Be well, be safe, be good, be kind.
Thank you, Brian.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, I did try to write down if there were any specific questions that should be maybe addressed. Wendy, Ken Greenwood asked about pothole stuff. We can just direct him to, don't we just turn it into the maintenance number, I believe?
That's great. Yes.
Yeah, Ken, there's a phone number and an email address for DOT road maintenance right on the county website. And that's where I send people to put that in. So report that pothole. They're working as hard as they can. They're overwhelmed, as you can imagine. And then,
Madam Chair, let me suggest that you allow staff to comment on a number of these items so that we tend to stay away from the back and forth thing, which has been one of our protocols as well. It's just a suggestion that you allow Don Ashton and others to respond to start with.
okay, well, I was just pointing out specific questions that I jotted down that need to be addressed, and that was one of them. And then really there was mostly just a bunch of comments. Was there another specific question anybody picked up on? I was trying to write them down.
I think there was, Madam Chair, and it was a question from one of the last speakers about how we came to the decision of having Zoom.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Today. Do you want me to take a shot at that? Or do you want to address it, Madam Chair? I'm fine either way.
Man, I can go there, I guess. Quite honestly, I tried to address it in my welcome statement this morning that our county is pretty divided on COVID as a whole, but we do recognize and acknowledge that we are an arm of the state of California, whether we like it or not. And that right now the guidance is and it says on our doors everywhere that when you come in the building, like I'm in an office all by myself, so I'm fine here, but when I walk through the hallways, we have our masks on. That's what we do out of respect for our employees. We actually do have some COVID cases in our building right now. I know of one employee that's very sick with COVID. So that's what we're doing as an employer. We're actually a very large employer and we have a responsibility to our employees. As far as the public goes, we debated about it. Did we think that if we were wearing our masks as required on the dais, could we open the doors and expect that the public would also wear their masks? And I talked to former Chair Heidel, Don Ashton, CAO, and we felt that at this time, people would not comply. and then we would have an enforcement issue. And we just didn't feel that that was the best route to go. So that's how we got here, is my understanding. And I have to say, before I was on the board for years, I wanted the opportunity to participate virtually or on the phone, and the capability wasn't there in the past. And so, you know, from my perspective, being someone that used to want to publicly participate virtually, I think this is incredible. And I'm glad that we have that opportunity. I can say that, yeah, I mean, there's people that are probably snowed in that might have wanted to come in, and they can't even get out of their driveways. So, but at least they could maybe get on a phone. This is not easy, and this is not perfect. And we're just trying to keep everybody as safe as possible while still doing the business, by still hearing you. We heard all of you, we did. We got tons of emails, we hear you that way too. So that's my thinking, that's how we got here. And if you want to add to that, Dawn, please feel free.
Yeah, I will just add that it was December 12th, December 13th, right during that week, that the governor put an order in place for masks to be required in public places for 30 days, I believe, which expires mid-January. So the thought right now is virtual for today and the January 11th board meeting. And my understanding, and based on the conversation we had, Supervisor Parlin, is that assuming the governor lifts that mandate, we will resume in-person meetings at the January 25th board meeting. So that's the other piece of the conversation that we had.
That's a good point. We did decide this before the holidays. And then me coming on as chair and being asked by many people to follow our protocols, I decided to do that. And so I can see why people are saying I went virtual so that I could control the room. And coincidentally, that did happen, but that was not a plan or anything. I hope everybody understands that too. We're still going to follow the same 3-minute protocol when we're back in the room, because that is what a lot of people have been asking for, to make it fair so everybody gets the equal amount and opportunity to participate. That's our protocol. And if we don't like that protocol, then we may have to have a discussion about changing it. But I think we should give it a go. And I've seen what other jurisdictions do. We're actually pretty lenient and inclusive. So I just wanted to add that too. So thank you for expanding on that, Dawn. And then with that, we can go to our, Supervisor Heidel.
Madam Chair, the other question that came up was the open forum and the timing of it. And I don't know if Dawn wants to comment on that. We've had discussions in the past, and I don't know if there's new rethinking on that when open forum is held. But we've heard that from any number of people, and certainly that was a question, is why does it have to be essentially at 1 p.m. as opposed to 9 a.m.? So I don't know if Don wants to comment. If he chooses not to, that's fine too.
No, I mean, I didn't hear the question was asked. I heard the request was made to move it to 9 a.m. The law allows the board to hold open forum anytime during the meeting. Some boards do it at the conclusion of the meeting, whatever time that may be. We've had this conversation before. I mean, pick a time. If it was at 9 a.m. today, it wouldn't have started until 10 a.m. because the consent calendar took so long. So there's not a perfect solution to it. I think every organization tries to do the best they can for their community. I agree with Supervisor Parlin. Communities I look at, many of them are far more restrictive than El Dorado County is. I will have further discussions with the chair and the vice chair to see if the desire to move it to 9, but there's disadvantages to that as well. And it's trying to balance everyone's needs.
Agreed. Okay, now can we do our 2 o'clock item? Go ahead, Kim.
Okay, thank you. Item 34 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board take the following actions related to the Pioneer Trail / US Highway 50 intersection safety improvement roundabout project. 1, adopt the California Environmental Quality Act mitigated negative declaration. And 2, approve the Pioneer Trail / US Highway 50 intersection safety improvement roundabout project.
Good afternoon, everyone. John Kaling from DOT. Happy New Year. This item asks the board to approve the CEQA document for the US 50 Pioneer Trail Roundabout. This is about the 5th time this project has been in front of the board. So instead of a formal presentation, I'd like to just offer a brief summary of project milestones and past trips to the board, and then a brief summary of the comments we received on the CEQA document, and then turn it over to the board for questions or discussions. So starting with summary of milestones, DOT applied for and was awarded Highway Safety Improvement Program grant for this project in the second half of 2016. We were at the board to get the project added to the CIP on March 28th, 2017. We were back at the board to ask for approval of a consultant contract for the consultant to create the CEQA document and 30% design. That was with Nichols Consulting Engineers. That was January 29th, 2019. At that meeting, the board, due to the extensive discussion we had about roundabouts in general, the board requested a Roundabout 101 presentation, which we came back to the board and provided on March 19th of 2019. We were back at the board on August 6th of that year, 2019, for alternative selection, at which time the board voted 4-0 to select the roundabout alternative for this intersection. The intersection control evaluation document was approved by Caltrans February of 2020. And then in late summer of this year, we circulated the CEQA document for comments. And as far as a summary of those comments go, basically we received 8 general comments that were just basically 7 people saying, we love it, we love roundabouts. There was one person who says we don't like roundabouts, but they didn't offer anything other than we like it or don't like it. There were 20 comments that were more specific as to why the commenter opposed a roundabout at this location. And those generally expressed lay opinions as to traffic issues that they feel might materialize related to the implementation of the roundabout. And then lastly, we received 6 comments from TRPA, and those were mainly associated with TRPA's code, TRPA's various regional plans, and their ordinances. That concludes my presentation, such as it is, and I'm happy to turn it over to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I didn't realize it was going to be so abbreviated. Sorry, John. But you're right. This has been before us many times, and I think that the legislar items are all attached for everybody to take a look at. So I see Supervisor Heidel has his hand up.
And just one quick question, John. Can you give us an update on what's happened with the Caltrans project at Highway 89 and Highway 50? Because my view of it, having gone through there several times since that was put in place, is that is a marvelous improvement. And it seems to not have a lot of the issues with stacking up. I'm sure there are times where it stacks the traffic up a little bit. It has not had pedestrian crossing issues that I know of, but if you are aware of any negative things that have come from that comment that we should consider relative to the Pioneer Trail roundabout?
Yeah, the main thing we learned from that project delivery was to engage the community at various different levels early on. It seemed like Caltrans had some trouble with that, and that really rubbed some folks the wrong way. Supervisor Novosel may be able to provide more context on that. But as far as the operation, which I think is what your question is more aligned towards, no, I'm unaware of any issues up there related to operation with that roundabout, even with the snow. We're going to work with Lake Valley Fire to make sure that any issues they have with the curbs, especially, are taken care of on our project. We don't want to make any mistake twice, but no, we haven't seen any issues with any kind of mobility or unexpected traffic issues with that roundabout since it's been implemented. And like you said, there are days like last weekend or 2 weekends ago, when traffic just stops on 50. It doesn't matter if it's a roundabout or a signal or a stop sign or nothing or anything, the traffic's going to be bad. So no, we haven't seen anything negative yet.
Thanks. Supervisor Novosel?
Thank you. And thank you, John, for bringing this to us. Yeah, you know, I live and breathe that roundabout every day. I only live a mile and a half out of it and on 89. And I will say it's done one thing, and that's given us the ability to turn left on Fridays when the traffic's stacked coming into town. Those of us living in Christmas Valley can actually get a left-hand turn now. So that's been a great thing. I have heard comments from Lake Valley. And as John was mentioning, they're going to be addressing that. Just some issues with getting their trucks around the curve there. And so I know that's going to be addressed. And I'd say overall, we've had some really great response. A few people don't like them. I think some people just don't like change. But I think all in all, change has been really good. And I think people are excited about the thought of putting those roundabouts on both sides now. It'll kind of give Myers an identity of being that area in between the two. And I know that was a part of the Myers area plan, was to include it as such, to give it kind of a smaller, quieter area in there. So I think all in all, I think the majority of people are very excited about it.
Oh, very good. Any other board comment?
I want to make a comment. You know, if you call it a slide about, that's the one that's up in Myers and 93, because there's been kind of a few spin outs and stuff because people don't know how to drive slow through them. That's one of the biggest issues. But the one that it's down there by Pioneer Trail, it would be a good thing because traffic backs up so bad through that area. And Sue knows what I'm talking about. It's really a congested mess at times. So I think that particular area would really be good. And I think that roundabout would fit that area very well.
Can I just make a quick comment on that, George? So I've never seen anybody slide into or out of that roundabout of 89 and 50. What we do have problems is people just don't stop. They're following the next person, and you just know they're not going to stop. We've all kind of figured.
I just made it slide about that.
Yeah, no. And you're right. You know, the other part about it is when you turn right onto Pioneer Trail, people slide in to other people. And so this roundabout will actually stop that, is what I'm hoping. And so I think it's a big safety improvement, albeit it takes a little education, definitely.
Yeah. I remember our prior board conversations. If I remember right, we were waiting to see how the 89 51 did before we were like super supportive of the Pioneer one, but it does seem to be working. And so I think it's going to be a good fit there. So I think with that, I think we're ready to go to public comment then, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item 34. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from 559.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
We can hear you.
This is Steve Teixeira. Pardon?
Hi, Steve.
We can hear you, Steve.
Hi. Thank you very much. Thanks for clarifying that. So Steve Teixeira with you this afternoon. Happy New Year. Speaking to you on behalf of Tahoe Chamber. We've been very involved in the Myers area plan and in the development of the county's transportation corridor plan for Myers. And this project is very consistent with that corridor plan. And as Supervisor Novosel indicated, there was a lot of discussion during the plan development and the transportation plan development that having a roundabout at each end of Myers would help to define the actual commercial area of Myers and Myers as a community. So I think that's another benefit in addition to the safety issues that we know will be accomplished by this roundabout at Pioneer Trail and US 50. Appreciate what Mr. Kaling said about making sure that Lake Valley Fire is accommodated. And I think that overall the county's approach to community outreach, Caltrans did struggle with that for the 89 50 roundabout, but as you have all observed, it's a real improvement, and this would be a similar improvement. So we encourage you as the Board of Supervisors to act favorably on the staff recommendation on the environmental document and to continue to move this project forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Now taking public comment from 390.
You there, Ken? You just muted yourself again.
There we go. Okay, Ken Greenwood, District 3. Despite all the naysayers, and I may have been one of them, on the 90 or 89, 50 West Side Myers, if you will, seems to be working. In fact, often I will go through there and take a couple laps around there and encourage people to, go with me by waving my hands frantically in the air. It was kind of fun. But what I have noticed is that if you're coming in that left turn that Supervisor Novosel mentioned, that's nice. When I worked at Kirkwood, making that turn occasionally was really difficult. So that's been taken care of, and that's a good thing. And people aren't backing up on either end of it, and so that's the good news. Just one little procedural question is that we're taking the lead on this. It would seem almost that it would be a Caltrans project. I didn't get a chance to review this as deeply as I would have liked, but it seems that our involvement is there. Is this because of some reason that Caltrans doesn't want to get involved in roundabouts? I don't know. Some explanation from staff might help understand that and see where the funding stream comes from. But anyway, and then if Myers can be the land between the roundabouts, I guess that's good for business. So what the heck? So I guess we're going to go ahead with it because they do seem to work. The snow removal issues aren't that obvious to those who use it and such. So go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Chris.
Kane, streaming from 515 Main. I was just wondering, John, related to the adjacent non-motorized vehicle area, most specifically of the trail system, and then recognizing that the footprint of this roundabout, I assume that I saw something early on that you might have brought into the board related to the general roundabout shape, but then you have those outside lanes that are more directed through the intersection that people can use as you do at 89 and 50. Can you speak to both the question of non-motorized vehicle circulation, what I'll classify as pedestrian type, and the success related to that shape that you've used at 89 and 50? Those are my two comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
You want to restart the clock? Thank you. So sorry I lost my cool. I think you need to get a new bell. That is a very frustrating noise. So I might suggest changing that. But I'll say on this, my biggest concern was currently there's an avenue for fire engines and emergency vehicles to get through that traffic. And my concern with the new roundabout, that was eliminated, but it sounds like that has probably been corrected. So if the fire department's involved in that and they are working on that and feel comfortable with that, that was, I think when I made a comment, was my biggest concern. And again, my frustration is I hope when I make a comment, it's just taken as that comment and either that is considered or not let go, but instead and not have staff come back at me in a derogatory way that my comment was minimal. So I do appreciate the work that was done on this and looking into those issues for the emergency services, and thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, John Kaling, there was a couple specific questions. I saw you jotting them down.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Regarding Mr. Greenwood's comment regarding why is the county taking the lead on this? Basically, that's because it wasn't a priority for Caltrans and it was a priority for us. Road safety audit done by FHWA in 2016, if I'm not mistaken, early 2016, identified several issues throughout Myers that we've been working on. And one of them, medium-term, long-term goal was installing a roundabout at 50 and Pioneer. And Caltrans wasn't into it. We got some money for it. And so we're bringing it forward with Caltrans's obvious deep participation and support. Mr. Payne brought up the non-motorized users at the intersection. Right now, if you look at Google Maps, you will see that there is only one crosswalk across that intersection, and that's across the northerly leg where no one really has reason to walk. Due to operational concerns, Caltrans never constructed any more crosswalks. Further, there's no connectivity for adjacent bike paths to get basically across across 50 and to be able to use Pioneer Trail to get into South Lake Tahoe. This project will correct those deficiencies for non-motorized users through that intersection, both bicyclists and pedestrians. Pedestrians will be able to cross any leg of the intersection, and bicyclists will find connectivity at all legs to all bike paths. We're basically gonna fill in all the dots, connect all the dots by filling in the blanks, if you will. So we're pretty excited about that. Mr. Payne also had a question about lane configuration. The roundabout design features what we call a bypass lane, just like it does at the 8950 roundabout, where traffic coming from Myers towards Placerville can avoid the roundabout by taking, moving to the right and staying to the right around the roundabout. It'll be the same situation on the 50 Pioneer roundabout, where people coming from the Y from South Lake Tahoe into Myers can avoid the roundabout by taking the rightmost lane. In addition, our roundabout at 50 and Pioneer is going to feature a free right turn. So folks heading from Myers to South Lake Tahoe on the Pioneer Trail can make a free right without having to get into the roundabout. And then Ms. Taylor asked a question about emergency vehicles getting through. The roundabout features lane widths that will allow for cars to pull over to the side, especially inside the circle. The circle is 20 or 21 feet. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's for sure 20 feet wide, which is more than enough for cars to move over and allow emergency vehicles to pass through. And all of the pedestrian islands are mountable. They're mountable curbs that you can drive up on. They're not like the hard curbs you see in cities. They're the sloped curbs, the rounded ones. Two things real quick, Madam Chair. I want to thank the staff in the Tahoe office, Donaldo Palarone, Dan Kickert, for the work they did on this. Nichols Consulting Engineers, Jason Drew and his team did a lot of work. Our partners at Caltrans helped us out. And I will just add that no one is more pleased than me to see the success of the roundabout at 50 and 89, because if that was not a success, we'd be having a very different conversation right now, I feel. Thank you.
Point. Yeah, good point, John. Thank you for that. So appreciate the clarifications. I think we got everybody answered their questions. So, Sorry, Supervisor Novus, I missed
No,
that.
no, my questions have all been answered. I want to thank John again, Mr. Kaling, for your work on this. You have been passionate about it. And I so appreciate it. And public has been very excited about it because of what we've seen. The bypass areas are going to be great because they do take care of that stacking, which doesn't happen a whole lot, but when it happens, there's, it's just nice to have that ability to have them move that side over there. So all in all, I'm very, very pleased, and I would like to move this item.
I'll second it.
Very good. With that, Kim, can we have a roll call vote?
Of course. Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're just going to carry on with our department matters. So item 28.
Item 28 comes from Supervisor Novosel, recommending the board consider directing staff to discontinue the pursuit of Home Key Round 2 NOFA application for the purchase of the Best Western Inn in Pollock Pines.
Yeah, and thank you, everybody. I'm bringing this forward because I had quite a few discussions with staff, and I think from hearing comments recently from the public, I want to just, if you don't mind me giving a little history on where I am when it comes to this issue. Back in 2016, I started a task force up in South Lake Tahoe, where I got together all of the jurisdictions, the electeds, and many of the staff members from all the jurisdictions around the lake to talk about housing. We called it the Housing Task Force. And we had a really good conversation, not only with electeds and jurisdictions, but also with the agencies up there, speaking about what makes sense, what kind of housing do we need, and how do we move forward in understanding what we need and where we need to go. And what came out of that were two different directions. One, the Tahoe Prosperity Center was very interested in workforce housing. They come as an offshoot of a chamber up there, and they're very much concerned, and still are, obviously, about what was happening with workforce housing. And then the Tahoe Coalition for Homeless had just started a couple of years before that, and they were involved and wanted to get, we're just starting the warm room, and we're very concerned about homeless and how we get shelters for them. So kind of offshot, there were offshoots on a couple different directions, but my passion's always
Is that me
been
or?
it strikes everyone from the homeless to our working professions and anyone in between. And sorry, my connection's going in and out, it looks like, so I'll talk fast. Yeah. So anyway, so my conversations with staff is that I feel when we were talking about housing, and especially when we started talking about Room Key was brought about through the CARES Act to specifically address the needs of the most vulnerable people that were homeless at the time. And it moved into this new direction of Home Key, from Room Key to Home Key, to talk about how do we permanently take care of those that are in need. And when we had this discussion up in Tahoe, we were talking about taking hotels and trying to meet the needs of the community by talking about community revitalization, looking at blighted hotels and turning them into something better. And that would be the improvement that would bring in housing in all directions, but most importantly with homeless and with our workforce housing. And in fact, we do have a project up in Tahoe right now, over 100 units, 145 units, I believe, that is going to be a workforce housing area, and it's very exciting. But there's the Coalition on Homeless has really taken the lead on our homeless housing issues. They've purchased 3 hotels. They're trying to deal with and have successfully housed, I believe, over 45 individuals so far that would have been out in the cold as we speak. And they've got permanent housing now because of what they're doing up there. So it's a really great program. Yeah, there's detractors, there's things that could be improved, but bottom line is they're taking, again, they're using community revitalization and taking blighted hotels and doing something with them, which is a huge win-win for everybody. Looking at that program, that's where I was looking at the home key. And our discussions, and when we had that discussion last November, even at a board level, I assume that's what we were still talking about, was the idea of community revitalization, of getting the homeless into hotels, revitalizing them, and then being able to carry on. I'm very concerned about the issue of taking a hotel that is not blighted, that has economic development issues right now that are working. I wouldn't say issues, I'd say they're a viable economic development property, and then taking that and redoing it as a part of the home key program. I don't believe that was where I felt we were going. And so I've asked to have this discussion today because I'm concerned about us going in the wrong direction and specifically using our staff to perhaps go into a direction that maybe we shouldn't be going into. And in particular, I very much think in every community there's blight. There's got to be opportunities out there where there's properties, whether it's a hotel, whether it's just a property or it's an old building, whatever it is, where you can use community revitalization from the dollars we're receiving in federal government and use that money to redevelop and to activate our community, revitalizing those areas. So this is a conversation, again, we hadn't really had in November, and the fact that staff was moving forward with this property that I felt is probably not the best spot, because it's not a blighted area, that I felt it was time to maybe step back, take a look, and perhaps what I would like to do is talk about priorities. If we're a policy board, what kind of policies can we put in place to be able to direct staff and where we want this program to go? And so that's why I brought this today, and I'm hoping to hear this discussion from everybody. And I just want to make it clear that I very much am a big supporter of the room key. It's done an amazing job up in Tahoe. I'm very much a supporter of the home key. I think it can work, but you just need to make sure that it's moving in the right direction, that we're comfortable with what kind of perimeters we have there, and make sure that staff's understanding that. I just don't want us wasting their time or ours on this. So that's what I'm bringing out, and just wanted to get some conversation going. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much for framing it for us, because I think that I had some similar thoughts. So I'd love to hear from board members. Anybody have any, or do you want to wait for public comment?
Well, I think the things that I brought up, there's been issues and stuff like that. And I hate to see us purchase a hotel for as amount of money that's this person wants to sell this. And then we have to come back with another additional, couple $1 million or whatever to bring this up to specs. To me, it seems like it's a waste of money. My idea, has always been these tiny homes. And I think that's something more that we could look into, because, there's all different kinds of companies that make that. You're talking about pallets homes, and there's other ones that make them out of the same thing, where these homes just fold up. They're made out of plastic and aluminum, and they just fold up, and you can store them easily. And I've put that video out on Facebook. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that, but I think that's another idea we could look into, because a lot of cities and counties are kind of adopting this type of plan now with the tiny home issue. So I just feel that this thing with the hotel is just personally a waste of money, my personal opinion. And it's not in the right place, especially when you're talking about, you're talking about the snow. I mean, Pollock Pines gets a lot of snow at times, 4 to 6 feet. And I just don't think that's feasible, especially for those people being in that particular area. It's not a good thing.
Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull. Supervisor Heidel had his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I guess I'd like to start by acknowledging all the great work that our EDOC COC has been doing for the many years that they've been dedicated to try to determine what is the solution set available to us for the homeless. And I would like to acknowledge the work that Home Base has done in preparing opportunities for sheltering, and point out the fact that they identified 4 different areas of various types of sheltering for the homeless. And my review of that and following that, there's at least 3 of those that we need to meet in order to really start resolving the overall homeless issue. One solution, this is not the end of the solution. There's a number of things that have to be accomplished. But let me just tell you the 3 categories that I think make sense. The one that's identified here as Project Home Key is called the non-congregate shelter. And there's reasons for that. It deals with those that are most vulnerable. It is not a navigation center per se, but in my opinion, it offers navigation services. It's a starting point. The thing about the Pollock Pines facility is that we have a great history of Project Room Key, the great successes it had, the ability to find and move a lot of those homeless people that participate in Project Room Key into more permanent shelter. There's not enough of permanent shelter available, but we were very successful in that regard. We have a willing seller in the owners of the Best Western up in Pollock Pines. I've personally visited the site 3 times. I've talked to some of the homeless up there under Project Room Key. I've talked to the owners. They have a commitment to try to continue to follow and support the homeless cause that we're dealing with. They would like to be part of the solution. And I don't think there's any other place in the county we've been able to identify that, number one, is a suitable site, i.e. it doesn't take a lot of money to make repairs, and that we have a willing seller. This is the only site I'm aware of. I mean, if you look at what's available in Placerville area, we looked at the Hangtown Hotel. Unacceptable, way too much commitment. When you talk about making major infrastructure improvements, that's not the kind of thing the county will do well because of prevailing wage. It will cost us a lot of money to make county improvements on an old facility to bring them up to standard. The Pollock Pines facility is not that at all. It's already a well-run, well-operating, well-maintained facility. That's the advantage of it being part of this mosaic in terms of how we address the homelessness. So that's all part of it. The second category they have is congregate shelters. And we've talked about things like a navigation center, that fits into that category. An emergency shelter fits into that category. A warming and cooling center fits into that category. That's part of the thing we're trying to address is where are those located? How are they distributed from the county and put in the proper location? But we can have navigation services brought to any one of these facilities, but a navigation center, in my interpretation, is different. It's where any homeless person can come and drop in locally where the greatest homeless population is, which probably means it needs to be in Placerville to be realistic about things for the navigation center itself. The third category they had is called crisis response options. And that's such things as the tough sheds and the pallet shelters that George talked about. That is part of the solution. It's not the ultimate solution. It takes a combination of things to really address all of these. And unfortunately, the situation the board has been put in is we have money available through the state to invest in Project Home Key and move on with that. And that is what's forcing this issue. Do we accept that state money or do we wait and look for other ways to do it? We have funding within EDC COC within the county to do a navigation center, but we haven't been able to find the right location. We haven't been able to find a willing seller. There's a lot of work that still has to be done on that due diligence, but it's happening. It's just very, very slow in terms of the processing. So this to me is a one-time opportunity to get into Project Home Key, to bring back our tax dollars that we paid to the federal government and the state government into a project that we can make use of to address our overall homeless situation. It's not unreasonable to use our tax dollars in that particular application. Short of that, we're going to be using HUD monies and other forms of funding to try to develop all the basic 3 elements. And just so you know, the 4th element they're calling is alternate shelter options, which include things like host homes and shared housing. That is a possibility, but that's probably the toughest ultimately to address to. So that's why I'm saying 3 of the 4 that they've been presented by EDC COC, I think we really have to understand that's the matrix we need. We need that combination. We can't just deal with one of these. And Project Home Key offers us the first start using funding that's coming from the government, which is our tax money, to really apply it and make a good application of that for the most vulnerable that would not increase the amount of homelessness or the desire for it in the Pollock Pines area. I've done some personal research. I've talked to business owners up there. And my conclusion is, and I think if you talk to even our hot team members, we have had an existing chronic homeless type situation in Pollock Pines for probably close to 10 years, way before even the hot team's formation. And the hot team, I think, has done an admirable job of trying to address those things. But the bottom line is those chronic homeless remain there today in some magnitude, some number that's equivalent to what it was maybe a year ago. And Project Homekey in and of itself is not going to address that. The only way it addresses that by outsourcing services that would come from Project Homekey to really start addressing the needs of that specific population that I'm going to call the chronic homeless that have been there for a long time. That's much better dealt with in one of these other areas such as congregate shelters or the pallets, those kinds of things. That's where that's best dealt with. But I personally do not believe that Project Homekey implemented properly, and we're talking about Volunteers of America running it, not the county, and we've got commitments for that. That will be a positive net outcome for that community. Now, does it take away a hotel? Yes, it does. And there's already another hotel that's in existence that people don't seem to want to recognize, at least some people don't, that is operating and doing reasonably well. If there is more demand for a hotel than that, there will be another hotel that gets proposed up there, is my opinion. That's the business model, right? People are in the business to buy land and make improvements and make profit off of it. So if there's really that demand year round for Pollock Pines as a place to stay, then I think that demand will be met in the future. So that's kind of where I'm coming at it. I would hate to take a departure from where we are today based upon all the staff commitment and time, and based upon what I see is this being a necessary part of our overall solution. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay.
John, can I just ask real quick,
Yes.
Chair? John, I don't think I have that document you were just referring to about the four. And I know people will want to see that. So perhaps we can share that somewhere along the line here, put it in Legistar, so that people have that available. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and I'll forward to you to make sure you get it right away. But yeah, we need to include that because that is part of the solution set. They haven't released the strategic plan yet, but they've given us a glimpse of what is in that strategic plan. And those are the elements that I'm looking at and reviewing and saying, this makes a whole lot of sense to me. What we need to do is prioritize things ultimately. But the first priority is, where do you have funding? It's our money and bringing it back to our community. That's the current opportunity.
Yeah, I know. When I looked back at my at my files, I saw where there was going to be a presentation of a homeless strategic plan, but we haven't done that yet. So just want to make sure everyone's aware of that publicly they haven't come out with that yet. And I know that's going to be an important document.
Well, they have come out with it publicly at their meetings, but it's not been shared at the board level is the way I guess I would summarize.
Right, that's what I mean.
It is available to the public that's participated, but it's not widely distributed.
Okay. So maybe Supervisor Heidel, if you have that document, forward it to the clerk of the board and she can attach it to Legistar and distribute it to the.
I will do that.
members.
All right.
I think that's probably the best path. And
All right, I'll send it to clerk. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Wendy?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Sue, for the context of this agenda item. I wasn't quite sure, where you were going with it and what your reasoning is, what the thought process was, and I appreciate the opportunity for us to dialogue. I think we're all frustrated at times with the Brown Act because we don't have an opportunity to do this about items. So I appreciate the context. I have a few questions first, and then I'd like to hear public comment, and I'll reserve probably the bulk of my comments for later. But I like what you said, Sue, that, and this was not where I thought you were going with this item, that, that we are a policy board. Given that, what policy would you propose in regards to moving homeless solutions forward? Because I do know, you have a heart for this issue. You have been involved in it, probably more than any of us. And so what policy would you suggest that we take?
Yeah, no, and thank you. I really appreciate the question and the concerns and on all. I think from the 6 years that I've been working on housing solutions up in Lake Tahoe, it's become evident that that it's important to understand priorities. You can't can't solve all the housing issues, but you can certainly start to prioritize. So I think it's important that we as a board be able to lay out our priorities as far as exactly what we're talking about is what are the issues and how do we see solving them? Similar to what John just went over on where those different levels are, because there are levels of homelessness, just like there's levels of housing. And it's understanding where our priorities lie on that. And specifically, as I was just saying, are we looking for specific properties? And, do we care to look for certain properties? And if so, should we be prioritizing community revitalization when we talk about homes, about putting in homes? I think that's important. That would be something I would like to see. Number two, timelines. I would like to be able to say, this is something that we can set out and give direction to staff on, is understanding that that we don't want to wait 10 years because homes take a long time. In that direction, when I spoke to, say, Sonoma County supervisors about what they've done containers like what George Turnbull was just talking about. Some things have worked and some things haven't, but they've tried a lot of different things. I think there's a lot of ways you can go, but bottom line is looking at exactly what John was just saying about those 4 different types and directions they want to go, is how do you define that and put that into a timeline that will work? So I would like to direct staff to be able to come back, say in March or April, with some ideas on how we would get to where we need to go. Okay, I think that's important. That's to me as much a policy and priority as anything else, is understanding that we need to keep moving forward. This is not about stopping and looking back, but it's still about moving forward. And how do we move forward with what we say is number one, our priorities? And secondly, how do we get there? Are we going to talk about containers first? Or are we going to follow the money and go towards buying a hotel? Yeah, that is something that should be at a board level, and understanding and then a direction to staff.
Well, it seems to me that we're doing that with a strategic plan, which we hear is right around the corner. It seems to have been right around the corner for a while, unfortunately. But I think that will encapsulate, I think, a lot of what you're talking about. I do agree with Supervisor Heidel that this is a very, as well as what you've said, this is a very complex issue when we're talking about unhoused individuals and all of the challenges that they're dealing with. It's a very complex situation that will require a system of response. We will never have a one-size-fits-all solution. We will never have a one and done. We will never have one solution on the Western Slope that will solve it. And I think that's really important for us to recognize that it will be probably a myriad number of solutions, probably, a pallet, an emergency shelter component, and probably more permanent types of housing. The fact that we are, at the last count, about 3,800 units short of affordable housing. That means there's 3,800 families and individuals that need housing that can't afford it. And that's a lot. And I think last I heard that in order to afford the average rent on the Western Slope, you have to be making more than $28 an hour. For a single individual, that's really hard. If you're a small business owner or you're in our service sector, that's pretty impossible. So this is a really critical need. So I think it certainly deserves our thoughtful response. Quick question for you, Supervisor Turnbull. You talked about the pallet top type concept, which I definitely support, and I understand that our staff is moving forward in conversations regarding that. And I look forward to finding more about that, support the idea of seeing how that could happen. But when you said that this hotel is not in the right place, where would the right place be? What is your feeling regarding a right place for solutions?
Well, I feel like we were talking about the sheriff facility, which would be really perfect for the pallet homes to be set up there. And there's a lot of things that we could bring to that particular area, especially with all the services the county can supply and also the sheriff's office can supply. The problem is up there in Pollock Pines, and I've talked to a lot of the residents and stuff up there. They don't really like it around there because they've had issues with people breaking into cars, people, sleeping and camping on our lawns and stuff. There's been a lot of issues with people. And I've looked at the police report, the sheriff's report and stuff, and some of the individuals and the problems they have with crime around that particular area. I really don't think that's a feasible place for that. I think it's, talk about these pallet homes. They can be moved anywhere. They're portable. You can set up a place anywhere. Even you can even take it and put it into the camp where they're at, up on Upper Broadway, if that needs to be done. That's what we need to look into. We don't need to have a permanent location, because the problem we have with a permanent location is, what if we buy this motel and then we have problems? Then there's going to be problems, especially with the neighbors in that around that particular area, or with the people that actually are going to be put in this facility. If we have it where it's mobile, where these pallet homes could be set up and there's a problem, you can move it to a different location. And that's all the other stuff that comes into it. There's a lot of manufacturers that build these things out there. They're called tiny homes. We can't just say pallet. Because pallet is basically a manufacturer. There's another particular one that I just put out, and I can't think of the name, but it folds up, and you set it and it unfolds, and you put it right up, and boom, it's done.
Right.
And it comes with all the stuff that the pallet homes are have in place, with the air conditioner, and the heater, and a place to charge your phone. This is something that we need to look into, is what we need to do, because that is a lot of the cities and the counties are going to this now. They're adopting this because it's easier for them, is what it is. And not only that, wait a minute. And then not only that, well, these things could be cleaned, sterilized, and let's just say if our homeless population eventually goes away, these things could be stored and used for other things, especially for the fire victims in Grizzly Flat. So there's a lot of good things that this could bring to our county and to help the people in our communities.
So
let me finish, if that's okay, Adam?
Yeah, go ahead. That's all right.
I'm not doubting that these definitely have merit. Looking forward to exploring that. But from a policy standpoint, are you suggesting that this county should not be looking at any type of permanent solution, that we should always be looking at movable, changeable solutions?
George, you're muted. George, you're muted.
Okay, sorry. I think I agree with you in some respect. We do have to have a permanent solution to our homeless, but I don't think purchasing this hotel is the right choice.
Okay, all right.
Right. And I'm going to interject here because I think we're getting a little far, because in my mind, we are all waiting for that strategic plan. We keep talking about it. We want it so badly. And then we kind of keep going off and spinning on these little side things,
right?
Which is why I really appreciate Supervisor Novosel bringing this, because the hotel in Pollock Pines started off as a temporary room key, and then we've kind of switched gears without having the benefit of our strategic plan. And I really want to consider a bit of, I don't know what staff's available to us on this, Dawn, I'm sorry but can we continue the room key for how long? We're on a month-to-month right now, until the strategic plan is out. So we really have a better understanding, because there's Daniel. The strategic plan is going to have the big picture for us of where things should go, because we do need temporary, permanent, navigation center, all kinds of stuff. And that strategic plan is supposed to guide us in that, because I would hate to buy a hotel and then the strategic plan actually said, God, that's really not the best place you should have put it. Right now we're temporary. Can we continue on this temporary path month to month until our plan's done? I think that might be a better use of our staff resources, but that's just me. Daniel?
So good afternoon, board. Daniel Del Monte, Health and Human Services. I'm on the screen because Supervisor Parlin, you asked a question about room key. In terms of room key right now, it's on a month-to-month basis based on our contract with the hotel owners. And as has been shared, room key was a response during the pandemic for seniors, folks who are medically vulnerable. And we've had a great success with serving homeless veterans in the community as well. So this project will continue month to month. It was a requirement to pursue HomeKey to retain what's called site control over the location. So having a contract with the hotel owner, having gone through a request for qualifications to solicit a provider who Volunteers of America was selected should a HomeKey application move forward. Those were the pieces to retain site control over the site. So if the board took action today, for example, and chose to not pursue HomeKey, today's board item, and county council can correct me if I'm wrong, is only specific to HomeKey. That being said, we currently have 20 guests in the program. And so I would recommend, with all the work that these folks have done to access housing and to work with providers and to get out of homelessness, the last thing that I would recommend, being over Health and Human Services as a chief assistant director, is to close a program and have these folks exited to the streets. So I don't know that HomeKey action impacts RoomKey action today, but I would just put that out there. And before I forget, I also want to, you'll have to communicate with me today, and I'm sorry for that. Our director, Don Simone, unfortunately tested positive for COVID-19 last Wednesday. And I don't know that I've ever heard him this sick. So just, positive thoughts and prayers to Don. And just wanted to put that out there in case folks were wondering why I'm speaking today. So thank you.
Okay, so I'm not sure though, I got an actual, we can continue on RoomKey until we terminate it, correct? Daniel?
Yes, yeah, until we have a certain amount of funding through coronavirus related federal grants that's affording us the property. So until the funding runs out, or until we've housed the folks in the project, would be when we would like to operate it till, yes.
Okay, so we could carry that on until, because isn't our strategic plan around the corner? There's been so much effort on it.
Yeah, so I'm expecting a draft sometime over the next month, very likely. And that's actually what was presented to your board at the August 31st homeless presentation, a timeline. And January was a month that was flagged as the first draft coming available. What we know in the strategic plan is that, we're 1 of 4 counties without a year-round temporary housing program. That's low barrier for our homeless population. And as I believe it was Supervisor Thomas earlier referenced, the gap in affordable housing. So, and I think Supervisor Novosel spoke to the time frame it takes to develop housing. So, without a doubt, it will take several temporary solutions to alleviate homelessness. And the document that Supervisor Heidel referenced, he can correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe that was used at the strategic planning meeting around temporary solutions. And the reasons those were discussed is because those will certainly be a part of the plan. I don't know that the plan will say yes or no to a hotel. It'll say yes to non-congregate solutions, which hotels act as, if that makes sense. So I'll pause there. And
very cool. Supervisor Thomas?
Okay, thank you. That's nice. All right, I have a couple of questions for Daniel, then following up. And first of all, our thoughts are with Don Simone. So, boy, so sorry he's dealing with that, but thank you for being here today. In looking at all of the comments, and I understand, I've read all of the community's comments and emails that they have, sent us all in, and I understand community concerns. I mean, I can't imagine that anything we bring forward won't have community opposition to it. That's just natural. It's human nature. Even, the location of the sheriff's by the jail, we have opposition to that too. So I think it's important to recognize that. But in taking those comments seriously, and I do, can you explain, Daniel, when residents are eligible for Project RoomKey that would maybe then be HomeKey, are guests or residents vetted, or is the property and the program open to anyone at a drop-in, hang out, come in? Can you explain how guests come to be there?
Sure, it's not a drop-in program. There is a vetting process. So I think there's actually really 2 core components. The first is there's an intake in the Continuum of Care's coordinated entry screening, and it assesses folks for their vulnerability, their age, et cetera. And this folks dedicated to seniors, folks with pre-existing health conditions. And if we were to pursue a HomeKey, the veteran piece we're adding in because we made a significant impact on veteran homelessness. And actually, before I jump to the next part, I'll share today I received an email from the VA and with a letter of support should the county choose to go for home key. It's dated December 16th, and I've been communicating with the VA these past couple months because of the reports of the data and the outcomes from room key. And the VA actually has specialists that participate in the coordinated entry work group meetings. So the VA is very much involved, and they were behind the program because they have data showing that in fiscal year 21, there were approximately 2 veterans that were becoming homeless in El Dorado County per month. And there was on average 1 veteran coming out of homelessness. And so programs like this help to ensure that we can reach functional zero, meaning that the average people who become homeless, we also average those as exits from homelessness. And there's also been some comments recently from folks, providers in particular in the community, talking about how we're close to ending veteran homelessness. They're saying things like that. And this really sort of ties to that. In our linkages to the VA over the past several years, we've gotten veteran affairs vouchers through the Housing Authority, all of these resources because of the data. So anyway, I'm a little off track, but wanted to bring that up.
And is that directly attributable to Project Room Key?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, because so what they're saying is, let's see, there were 46 veterans experiencing homelessness in 2019, according to the coordinated entries by name list, the list of homeless residents that have gone through the intake process. And that number has gone down by 19 over those 2 years. And they attribute that to programs like Room Key and like Home Key up in Tahoe as well. And so as we've been averaging, according to their letter, and actually it's signed for reference by the director of VA Northern California Healthcare System, as we're averaging 2 veterans becoming homeless in a given month, and 1 exiting, it takes a program like this to have an immediate option available. So you asked about vetting. The second vetting, once somebody's deemed, a senior, they're age eligible, they have a health condition that makes them eligible, there's also then a screening process, and they discuss the rules at the site, the program stay, the policies, the participant conduct expectations. And the participant has to sign that agreement. And the agreement goes over things like they commit to being there short term. They're provided with a schedule of meetings with their case managers. There's no smoking in rooms. There's no weapons. They're not able to bring drugs or paraphernalia or alcohol on site. They have to check in and check out of the front desk when they leave the property. There's a curfew. So there are all these rules in place to ensure the safety of the folks staying there, the staff, the neighbors. And if folks aren't compliant with these rules, they're welcome to leave the program. There has been folks exited from the program who haven't complied with these rules. And so the 20 folks that are in there really are interested in getting housing, and they're interested in not sleeping outside. And so that's why stepping back, those are the 2 sort of vetting processes, coordinated entry, and then that participant agreement that's gone over with the guest at the beginning.
Okay. Do you see, you talked about that if this board doesn't decide to pursue Home Key, that we could continue Room Key on a month-to-month basis. Do you see the funding for Room Key continuing?
No. At this point, I'd have to get with our fiscal staff to project out what the costs are. In months past, I think we were looking at roughly springtime, March or April-ish. But that's, again, a few months past. I'd have to look at our numbers now on that. So
Supervisor Thomas, can I just make one point?
Sure.
I'm not here today to discuss the incredible work that's being done with Home Key. I completely and absolutely think it's a wonderful program. I'm not talking about the program. I'm talking about the specific location of putting the program in this area. Because there's a couple factors. For me, frankly, it's not the safety around the area. It's that Home Key, number one, should be a community revitalization program in my mind. And so this is not the right location because this is a viable hotel. And secondly, I feel strongly that that you need to be, and this is what I've been told by supervisors around the state, is wherever you put the program, especially a permanent housing, it needs to be in an urbanized area where there are services they can walk to and get to, and that's not Pollock Pines either. So it's because of those two. The program, I absolutely believe in. The success in Lake Tahoe has been, it's #1, absolutely hands down. The biggest success has been community revitalization of a blighted hotel. And that has been the overwhelming win for our community. This is my concern, is that we're going in a different direction than what we're seeing is a success in another part of our county. Absolutely want this program to continue. So it's not a matter of discontinuing the program. It's a matter of finding the right spot. And I just want to make that clear.
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to, because if we take this action today, we're killing Home Key. And we've taken steps and we've asked staff to move in this direction. We're killing Home Key at this location.
We're not killing the program. I just want to make sure we're clear on this.
Right.
I'm asking that we continue to look for the proper place, please. And we come back, and I want direction to staff that we come back and that they give us some options, that they keep looking. I don't know if we've had that discussion. We haven't had that discussion on board of what would be, what are we looking for? Rather, we had our staff go out and just ask any hotel, all the hotels, are you available to be sold? And this was the one that that came up as a possible sell. Period. That's why we're talking about this hotel. It has nothing to do with, is it the right place? And that's where I want the direction of staff to go. And because I do believe in the program, I just want to make sure we are not putting it into a spot and in a location that doesn't make sense for the program.
I understand that, and I do, and it's a worthy discussion. I guess what I'm trying to wrap my head around, though, that my understanding is that Home Key there's so much funding is available, like put through end of April or so, and so we've already given direction for staff to pursue this site, and so if we pull back on this, which we may do today, we're starting over from scratch. And my understanding is that the opportunity to pursue Home Key may be lost because, projects have already come forward and the money will be used up. It's a first come, first served basis. So I'm trying to assess if this has been, we've heard the statistics that 183 people have been served, that, they've been seniors and veterans, and that 22 have been veterans. And of that 183 seniors and compromised individuals, 70% have exited homelessness. I mean, you don't often get to test drive a solution before you pull the trigger on it. And I'm struggling with it, to tell you the truth.
So let me give you because somebody mentioned, this is what's called Home Key 2. The funding started in 2020 and there was a Home Key original.
Right.
And then there was a new funding source that came out this last year, which, yes, you're right. You have to apply by, I believe it's April.
April, yeah.
It's my understanding that there's a very good possibility there's going to be a Home Key 3, that this is a successful program. It's going to continue. So I hate for us to be getting under this pressure of having to do something just because there's a timeline, a hard set timeline of the funding. We're going after money and not going after what's best for our community. And that's where I'm trying to divide this and say, let's separate out this timeline, this moment in time where we're going to lose funding, understanding, and I have true belief this is a great program. It's going to continue, that there will be funding in the future, and that we need to look at what's best, where the best place would be. Are we making a mistake here? I feel we are. If we continue to look for this specific site, I do want to continue the program. I believe this program will continue. I feel that in my heart.
So we're getting crunchy timey, really honestly, and I'm just wondering, Supervisor Novosel, did you and I see Supervisor Heidel, you have your hand up, but I'm just wondering if at the point where do we want to make a motion and see where it goes? Do you have one prepared?
I would like number one for John to speak. Everybody get up and
public comment first. Shoot, I forgot public comment.
I was just going to say public comment. Thank you.
I really want to go there, Supervisor Heidel, because I think we've belabored the point.
Well, I don't think we talked about next steps that were planned by Health and Human Services, which was the public outreach part, and we're circumventing all that. with this decision. So I would like Daniel to explain the work that's gone into planning that public outreach and having meetings up in the Pollock Pines area to really share this overall picture. Because I think when you look at the slides that I forwarded to the clerk of the board, you'll understand the difference that's coming from Hobase, the consultant, on what temporary housing is versus permanent housing. We're using terms interchangeably without following that criteria of how you define these things. And that's part of the frustration I have, is just the educational part that's not been able to be accomplished yet. So I would hope we'd have a chance to let Daniel know what was in the plans to discuss with the community what this really is all about, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. I'll guarantee you that. So can I ask Daniel to please explain to us what the plan was for the outreach part of it? Because I'd like to see that continue personally.
Sure, I'm happy to give a quick overview. And just to confirm Supervisor Thomas's understanding of the funding is available through April. And if the board decided not to pursue Home Key 2 today, there would be no way that we could locate another site, gain site control, and meet all the state's requirements. So it could be pushed out to Home Key 3, but so just to confirm that. In terms of community engagement, just to give a quick background, though Home Key has been discussed for many months, the NOFA, the Notice of Funding Availability for Home Key, was only released in September, and I believe it was mid-September. And so with that, there was about a month to 6 weeks of staff reviewing the NOFA, understanding what the requirements were. Did we have site control? Did we have the proper services on site, et cetera, to be compliant? We had to have, to be eligible, excuse me. We had to have meetings with HCD to confirm that we were on the right track. So that took about up until November, at which point the due diligence had completed. It took about 6 months roughly. And at that point, that's when the closed session was scheduled with your board to report out the due diligence process and piece from there. So that really led to us preparing for community engagement in Pollock Pines. We were estimating in December. A board item came roughly a month or so ago and moved that community engagement to January. So the intent of that engagement is really to sit down with folks who are neighbors to the project, folks who are in the immediate community, and just hear their comments, their questions, their concerns. Then we would be going over the program parameters, the success thus far, and any changes that are coming into play. For example, Volunteers of America would be the operator of the site. We'd be adding additional navigation services. We would also show the community, oftentimes with these types of programs, there's sort of a three-pronged approach to making sure that you leave the area better than in a better situation than when you arrived, if that makes sense. And so typically programs like this will have a few different outreach components, one of which is an outreach component tied to the project, doing immediate outreach in the Pollock Pines community for folks who are eligible for this program there, seniors, veterans, folks who have pre-existing health conditions. The second outreach component is just broad homeless outreach in general. It has to be tied to the county-wide intake process that I discussed earlier, coordinated entry, but we could expand coordinated entry outreach in Pollock Pines and subsequently around the county. So we'd be doing that by looking at our current social workers. We've added some social workers in Health and Human Services. We also have a contract with Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless to conduct coordinated entry. They're our primary provider. So through those means, we would increase outreach. We've also been communicating with respondents to a recent request for proposal who responded with interest in providing supportive services and permanent housing destinations for homeless residents. And so now are there ways that we can tie some destinations to those outreach components? So with that, it goes beyond just the project. You have outreach components geared toward getting folks placed into housing, whether it's temporarily at the Home Key site, it would be earmarked for a temporary program, not a permanent housing program, or tied into other housing destinations that are operated by expert providers who do this for a living, who know how to comply with federal and state guidelines, and who fine-tune their approach to increasing exits from homelessness. And the third prong approach would be just cleaning up the area. So having teams of staff who go out on a regular schedule and pick up trash or make sure that the area it remains in good condition. And clients who are guests who are at the property who have the physical ability to get out and help would also be brought out and often can help make the surrounding areas prettier, less garbage, less trash, etc. So with that level of input, now you receive feedback from the community up there, and so it's a little bit disappointing having put work into that and kind of putting it, sort of throwing up this information here, because this is really where the music is made, where you get feedback from the immediate community. How do they localize what I just described to you? Are there particular areas that they would recommend outreach? Are there particular services that they see that would benefit and maybe enhance the outreach? And so by going through that dialogue, then we're able to bring back a proposal, not only for Home Key, which is the project, but also ways that we're impacting homelessness surrounding the project within neighboring streets, but also in the surrounding community of Pollock Pines itself. So there's probably a few more details I'm missing in there. I apologize. I wasn't prepared today with Don's illness and the weather events and everything going on, but that's kind of a snapshot of where I think we would have been heading in those discussions.
That
I guess, Daniel, what I heard you say is those meetings can still happen in January, correct?
Of course, yeah, per the board's direction. We actually, my understanding is there was some discussion around a meeting perhaps this week, but I think it was put on hold based on Supervisor Novosel bringing this item today. Don't want to, have discussions and spend more time and resources if it's not the intent of the board to pursue this direction.
Thanks, Daniel. That's pretty much puts a cap on why I brought this forward. Thank you.
There you go. Perfect. Okay. Let's get some public comment and then you guys start thinking about motions. Okay. All right, Kim.
Okay, sorry. Now taking public comment on item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Maureen Dion Perry.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. Oh, wow. I'm just overcome with all of the different emotions and feelings of this subject matter right now. I live in Camino. I'm the president of Housing El Dorado, and I'm a volunteer at our winter lodging program that we're able to offer 7 days a week through churches and the city of Placerville. Because this has gone so late, I actually would like to request, I have my comments, which are brief. I have some comments from a resident at the Pollock Pines Hotel, a Pollock Pines resident. People were here and they could not stay this late. And then one other person, Ed Perry. So I hope we can all do this together and continue this going.
Maureen, can we stop the timer then, please, Kim? Because I didn't anticipate somebody bundling a whole bunch of comments together. Does the board want to do that? And then how do we do that with the time?
3 minutes for each.
I think if she has a comments from the residents of the hotel, and there's reasons, that they can't be here, I think those are important for us to hear.
And we have a comment from a successful exitee from the room keep program as well. It's very hard for people to get here and be here for the whole day, as you know. And so I hope you can accommodate this so that we can hear, we can read these statements to you.
Maureen, how much time do you need?
Yeah.
How much time do you need?
I would like 3, 6, 9, 12 minutes. And you can start over at every 3 minutes. It won't be that long, I promise.
Can we shorten it up a little bit, guys?
I'll do my best. Yes.
Let's give you a total of 6 minutes, Maureen. So maybe you might have to abbreviate and summarize some of them, okay, please?
Okay, so everyone deserves a home. And as has been stated very eloquently by John and Wendy, Project Home Key is so needed in our district, in our Western Slope. The issue that we're facing is that there is nowhere to navigate people to. It's very, very difficult. The Home Key site will be permanent supportive housing. We don't have that, and we will not get that for years in any other form if we pass this opportunity by. We can't keep kicking the can down the road. The strategic plan is going to say, we need this. Yes, it's a nice hotel, but clearly it may not be very economically viable if the owners are so interested in selling it. There is another hotel in the area. Services have been provided, and it has rescued many people from homelessness. I ask you to vote no on this because we need to do better here on the Western Slope to house our homeless neighbors. Now I'm going to read a statement from Andrea, who is a current resident of Pollock Pines Hotel. I am 74 years old. When I was 60 years old, my car was totaled by a young man on alcohol and drugs. I was deemed permanently disabled and forced to go on early Social Security. Prior to this, I had been a homeowner, an RN, an active member of society, and have a clean record, no drugs, alcohol, or problems with the law. The accident changed my life. I lost my job, my home, and all my possessions, and have yet to fully recover. I share my backstory for a reason. Not everyone who is homelessness has had issues with laws or drugs or alcohol. Many of us become homeless due to unfortunate circumstances. It is embarrassing, unfair, and frustrating to not be able to find affordable housing in El Dorado County. To date, I have applied to 13, yes, 13 apartments, and not one has had an opening for a lower income person in the past year and a half. When and if this program ends, you will put me back on the streets at age 75. Will I be forced to live in my small car? How will I use my oxygen, which I need at night? Where can I shower or go to the bathroom? These are serious questions. I feel scared, defenseless, and sad day after day with worry. I have paid my dues, working, building homes, contributing to society, only to be set aside like a piece of unwanted garbage, a throwaway human being. Without Project Room Key, I'd probably be dead. This has been a beacon of light for so many of us. We have a roof overhead. The program managers are very much needed. You follow the rules or you leave. They keep the premises safe and help us. We have always had support from the county and community health workers to get IDs and go to the DMV, track down birth certificates, get to medical appointments, helping with these pesky rental applications, and giving mental health support. This program is a total success. Herein is the failure. There is no affordable housing for any of us to move to. I search daily. We need housing affordable now, not in 2 years, but now. Certainly, we have gotten a lot of guidance from Charlie McDonald, Peggy, and Don Vanderkar, who has helped numerous people up there. For myself, this program has soothed my soul and added some light into my life. We need more programs, more housing. Let us show that the USA, that El Dorado County is a leader in resolving homeless issues in a safe and modern way. Now, we'll need another minute or two.
Maureen, we've already gave you 6. Keep going.
Okay, I'm Ed Perry, and I'm a former teacher at Ponderosa High School. One of my students, I'll call Brian. He's developmentally disabled, but he's a mechanical genius. So he was a big star in my woodshop class. I got to know him and continued knowing him. He became homeless a few years after he graduated, lived in his truck for about a decade until he developed COPD and pulmonary fibrosis. He was able to get into Project Room Key at the beginning. He was able to get on oxygen and it saved his life. He now has his own apartment. He gets help from IHSS. He gets help from hospice, and his life has been saved. His pulmonologist, it gave him 3 months to live more than a year ago. I saw him yesterday, and he said Brian has just made a recovery that has amazed him, and he wouldn't have done it without Project Room Key. Just one example.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Maureen.
I will leave the other comment out.
I appreciate it. I do. And we understand. Kim, you want to go to the next one?
Now taking public comment from Charlie McDonald.
Hi, this is Peg Vanderkar. Actually, Charlie McDonald, for some reason, shows up on my screen for reasons that I haven't figured out yet.
Thank you,
However, and I will try to be brief. I know that it's hard, but I want to make a point to what Sue is specifically talking about. First of all, and then a second point, the terminology has been mixed today. John Heidel mentioned the different types of housing needed that are coming up in the strategic plan, which I have heard. And needing pallet homes is one form of the things we do need. Project Home Key is a different issue, a different part of what we need. And I have worked with the Project Room Key since the beginning, and am aware of how it's run and what's happening. And it is not Project Home Key, but many of the things that are offered in Room Key will be enforced in Home Key. The thing that is important to know about this location is, first of all, there are not many rundown hotels in the Western Slope. I believe the county looked at one very rundown one, and it was so much more expensive to put together for this Home Key program that it was discarded because it would take millions and millions. And the owners were asking for millions for a decrepit place. The current Home Key proposal is in a location that's on a bus stop. Most of the people who live there now in Room Key can use the buses, can get up to shop for food when they need it, or the drugstore, are very self-sufficient that way. They take the buses down to meetings for social services or the courts or whatever they need to do. That the location has not been hampering for what they need to have happen. Home Key is one of the pipeline of things that need to happen for housing. It is transitional, but it's longer term than Room Key should have been. And it's transitional with help and with the services that they need to move on beyond that. So it is like an apartment house with lots of restrictions and guidance and navigation. So I am against this motion that Supervisor Novosel puts forward, who I respect highly. However, I think this should go forward so that we don't lose out on the funding. If Home Key is stopped here, Room Key will also run out of money and we will have nothing, and those folks will be put out on the streets. I encourage you to vote no and to think further about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Peg.
Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you. Right. I thought Supervisor Heidel just did such a excellent job, and I appreciate all those comments that you made, Supervisor. We haven't always agreed, but wow, that was wonderful. You know, I listened quite closely to Supervisor Novosel and her concerns, and I think I really understand what she's saying about it. She wanted it to be in a blighted area, you know, to improve a hotel, etc. This just doesn't do it. This is a viable hotel. I get it. But we on the West Slope are just so different than Tahoe as far as Peg Vanderkar just mentioned, with the availability of, let's say, hotels. It's not like we have a plethora of options here. And we're just not going to get that same ideal situation that they were able to find in Tahoe. We just have a different makeup here. And as the others have said, we have a willing fire, we have a situation that will work, we have the bus, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to be repetitive. And I don't think we should lose out on this opportunity. So I'm really in support of going forward with this. And let's see, I think I just can't remember the rest of what I was gonna say. I just hope that you move forward, and this will not be the only facility. I don't want Pollock Pines to feel like, gee, you're somehow picking on me. This handles some of the homeless, but certainly not all of them. We have a very large homeless population in this county, and the number of rooms that are at this place will not handle everyone. And we need, as others have said, other locations in the future and other applications in the future, whether it be the pallet houses. It's not just one thing that's going to solve all the problems, but this is a beginning. Oh, I remember now what I was going to say. You have looked at many buildings over the years and you have rejected them. You tore down the sheriff's building because you're going to build a juvenile hall. That could have been used to house people. You have a currently abandoned, well, I don't know for sure, juvenile hall where people could be, but for whatever reason, you didn't want to do that. You looked at the fairgrounds. You didn't want to use those buildings. You know, it's not as though you haven't looked and rejected many, many locations. And this has been going on for just decades and decades and decades. We're only one of 4 counties of 58 counties in this state that does not have a shelter. And that says something. We're just going to have to make the hard decision. Pick something that maybe doesn't meet all of the requirements, but pick it, move forward, don't lose this funding, please, please. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, I just posted this to get some, actually asking the people in Pollock Pines if they want this, and I'm getting no's on all of the responses. One person said, no, while we were all out of power, the county was funding the hotel to have power. They were warm and brought meals every single day. You guys are making a decision impacting a community you're not even talking to. I appreciate Sue Novosel bringing this forward. I wish you just nip it in the bud. This was brought before to this community, and I think they had a huge community coalition that came out, about 300 people, and said they didn't want it there. It's a horrible place for there. There's no services, there's no facility. You're not even taking care of the people that live up there now. You're not like, I have pictures after they said the roads were plowed. There's roads that are main roads that are still not plowed. They're out of power. They can't even dialogue here because they don't even have power yet. So, John, you talked about needing affordable housing. When you approved the town center apartments, you should have made a wing of that affordable. That's the most high rise, expensive place on the planet. And they wanted it so bad, you had the opportunity to maybe make a wing of it so it was more affordable. So there's a difference between affordable and then, are we wanting to get these people into society with, I always have an issue with project housing and cramming people into one area where they never can grow or progress or have a community. And I like the sheriff's program where he's talking about helping these people. Ruth brought up the juvenile hall. It keeps getting brought up. It's probably a great location that's not going to impact too many people, where you could do some type of other service. But the sheriff can do all these things that this gentleman listed in the same manner and maybe less dependent on than this other program. All I'm seeing is people that are depending on these grant projects, sometimes, and it's sad, that there are organizations that literally need those things to continue in order to live off the grant funding. And this just seems like we're getting there more and more with the things that we're doing. And our community didn't used to be like that. We helped each other. We gave each other the resources. And this would be run by a non-accountable governmental organization. And until they ran out of money, and then the responsibility would be back on the county. And this is a viable hotel. I actually helped upgrade it for them with a design so that they could qualify to be a Best Western. It's a economic viable area, and somebody reached out to me and said that they were harassed by the residents that were there that lived close by and had to call the sheriff. So if you really want to have a communication, I can link you to these people that are contacting me. I wish they'd contact you. But I would ask that you just nip this one in the bud and go into these other projects because it's not a good look. Thank you.
You too.
Now taking public comment from Tracy Doyle.
Hey guys, so it seems like the same folks have been supposed to be solving this problem for years. I was just kind of researching who this Daniel is. He's been around for years. Whatever happened to money connecting, we're using money to connect homeless to family. I've seen all kinds of other little ideas that have been done. I want to see a segue out of homelessness, not the county become landlords and permanent landlords for people. Helping people do apartment applications, that's great. We were lied to. We were told that this room key was specifically for people who were at risk for COVID. So now it sounds like this is just like, free for all, whoever, whatever. And just the same nonprofits that are just been useless for years are going to be still involved in this is just ridiculous. It's time to look at the sheriff's position and the opportunity that we have to get these pallet homes. It's pretty disgusting that there are people up there in the area by this motel who, like Sue said, aren't being taken care of. And I also want to know, since we're going to use the veterans to sell this deal, I want to know exactly how many veterans we have right now out of the 20 people. How many veterans are in the program right now out of these 20? I also want to know how you think a curfew helps anything. So now you're telling me you lock people out? So someone comes stumbling home at midnight or whatever time your curfew is, now they're stuck on the streets. So it sounds like you want to manage and control and subjugate the homeless, and it's ridiculous. Again, we need a segue, a hand up, not a hand out. And it sounds like some of these people just love getting the cash for running people's lives and managing them. And it's like makes them feel good in their social ideology. Like, oh, we're helping. We've got them in a motel. Maybe, help them get out of the motel. That's it.
Thank you, Tracy.
Now taking public comment from Dawn Wolfson.
Hi, Don Wilson, Cameron Park. Thanks to the board for clarifying this whole thing. I wasn't quite sure where it was all coming from. And I'd like to commend the people from Cameron Park for after having read the public comment, for mastering the copy paste function on their devices. But seriously, I just think, I agree with things that were said about working on a strategic plan and, the sheriff's program and the pellet houses and all that as part of the piece of the puzzle. I just don't think we can pass up a location like this where the owner is willing to sell. We've got the volunteers lined up. We've got the funding. And what are we going to do? Have nothing again next winter? I mean, come on, it's January. There's people who are going to freeze if we don't do something. And this is one piece of the puzzle that I urge you to work on. Some of the things that were said earlier are not true. The people in that hotel did not have power until today. They are moving successfully into permanent housing, unlike what another person said. And I fully support it. And like Ruth stated, I don't want to stomp on Pollock Pines. It isn't fair to, put the only facility there. We've got other properties that maybe can be looked at again. That group from Cameron Park doesn't speak for me. If we could find a suitable location in Cameron Park, I'd be happy to be part of the solution. I think we all need to do our part. But as far as this motion, I think we need to jump on it, and I urge you to say to vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dawn.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. Ken Greenwood, District 3.
Hold
Drove
on.
by the site.
There we go. We had to reset the timer. Sorry. Go ahead.
Am I a go? Can
You're
you
a
hear me
go.
now?
I didn't
Anyway,
want
Ken
to
Greenwood.
take your time.
Anyway, moving on. I drove by the site the other day. I didn't know exactly what I was looking at, but it looked well managed, if you will, and compared to some of the other places around there. In fact, I was checking out for a client of mine to see that his snow removal people had removed snow. They had, and then I stumbled across this other place on my way to yet another help another person dig out. Anyway, we've heard some compelling things, and Mr. Heidel gave a good presentation. If this is such a viable site, okay, why not buy it and resell it? If it's so viable, you know, are we going to run it down? Yeah, issues will happen. There'll be wear and tear. It will have to be revitalized, and then it can be sold. But we need some interim solutions here, and I think this might be one of them. I'm kind of torn here, and would I want it next to my house? Yes, no, maybe, but mostly towards no. But when I read all these 70 some odd comments from, as Ms. Wolfson just pointed out, block and copy. Wow, how clever. Whenever I see that, I know that there was somebody poking the bear, if you will. And I just tend to discount them, especially when they can't even be clever enough to, you know, change a paragraph or something. And so, yeah, but when I read the real comments there, it seemed to me that they were pretty much in favor of keeping the facility. Again, is it the right answer at the right time? I believe so, to an extent. Is it the long-term answer? No. The solution to this problem is going to take a lot of work, and this seems to be a viable place to do it. Good luck on this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, my name's Leo Bennett Koshan. I live in Shingle Springs. Happy New Year to everybody. I appreciate the conversation. For future reference, it would be nice if more that was memorialized so we had better time to reflect. Be that as it may, I think a lot of good information has been shared. I hope you find a solution that keeps your options open and memorializes this conversation along with your strategic plan and the community engagement in Pollock Pines. I will share, prior to my second career as a teacher of kids with special needs, I participated in staffing a variety of shelters for the unhoused, and everything I've heard about the program that's going on in Pollock Pines, including the direct feedback from my relatives up there, is positive. I totally hear the points about needing to revitalize neighborhoods and blight, but to me, that is secondary to the positives you've heard today about actually changing and in some cases saving people's lives. And I hope you consider not making the best an enemy, as they say, of something that is good. Having everything that's coming together, your staff work, a willing buyer, in my experience, is truly, in many ways, unique. And I hope you figure out a way to continue this opportunity for our county. Thank you for taking my input.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Frank Potter.
Good afternoon, board members. It's Frank Porter. First of all, I want to thank you for having an open discussion about this important topic. A couple of points. One is, I really urge you not to abandon the efforts to proceed with this project. You've all agreed, in fact, this board has passed multiple motions over the last several years, acknowledging the fact that you're short on affordable housing, that there's an urgent need to address homelessness. And when you're on the verge of a project that is providing funding for state taxpayer dollars that are coming into our county to solve an identified need that you've identified in your planning processes in the past. You've had strategic plans you've done in the past that have identified a need for addressing the homeless issue. You've had strategic plans identifying the shortage of nearly 4,000 affordable housing units in the county. And at the verge when the county staff and nonprofits have put enormous amounts of effort into getting to the point where we can apply for Home Key 2 funding, which, by the way, not only includes capital dollars, not only includes renovation dollars, but also includes 2 to 3 years of operating budget, and also includes a bonus on top of all that if you apply before January 31. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe the staff was trying to hit that timeline originally. So they qualify for the bonus in addition to all those other things. So you're making a decision today to turn your backs on all of that opportunity to address an identified need that you've all acknowledged multiple times. So I urge you to reconsider, or at least take another week to have staff talk to you about the real repercussions of this, because you're losing huge momentum. We're putting our homeless population, another 12, we're probably looking at another winter without any housing. We barely have any housing this year for the homeless, and they're out in the cold, freezing to death, and you're going to walk away from this opportunity. It's the wrong move. I strongly urge you to not do that and to proceed with this Home Key application for the Pollock Pines Hotel. As many have pointed out, you're going to have pushback and opposition wherever you go on the West Slope. I mean, that's the reality. We also need to share the burden elsewhere. This is not the only solution. This is one little piece of the puzzle. And it's an important piece. It's a building block for helping to address a really persistent humanitarian need and also a safety issue. You've identified before how you've got this huge fire issue because of homeless living in homeless encampments. Well, how are you going to address that? Well, you need to find more suitable housing for them. And, so there are all sorts of reasons to move ahead. I hope you will. I hope you'll reconsider, Sue, and move ahead with doing this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Frank.
Now taking public comment from Brian Chapman.
Thank you, board, for taking my comment. This is Brian Chapman. I live in Diamond Springs. And that's a little bit away from Pollock Pines, but I'll give you some color for how this works for me. In the 1970s, I worked in a community-based mental health organization. I watched the state of California close every hospital they possibly could in this state, dumping thousands of people who still either have died or live on the streets of our state. The circumstances are that these people had no place to go. And I will tell you, this is a smaller microcosm. If you close this, these people have no place to go. And they don't have oftentimes some of the issues you're talking about, but you've heard that I've talked to here, but the process is that there are people who have lots of other issues. Second, this is a bird in hand. You're in a position where you're talking about just dealing with homelessness in this county. You have a small building block to start on. And unless we start grabbing and holding on and building on solutions in this county, we'll be talking about this in 2035. So the process you're looking at here is homelessness is a really, really rampant issue all over the state. But I will point out, has been pointed out several times before, a third issue is that we are just one of 4 counties in the state that has really no permanent process for homeless in our county. And we have a real problem. One of the other things that's not being spoken to here that I listened to, and I think the small houses is a possible help to this, but it doesn't preclude you buying this hotel and continuing the home key project here. People have spoken to neighborhoods. Well, I will tell you about having been involved in a community-based mental health organization. We lived in neighborhoods with persons of all stripes for years who opposed anything that had anything to do with group homes anywhere in these neighborhoods. And none of them knew we were there. I worked for an organization that was founded in 1952, which gives you an idea how long they were in these neighborhoods before the state started making changes. The last thing I'll make is a comment about the idea of building a homeless center next to the sheriff's office. I don't know any other way to speak to this, and I understand there'll be services and et cetera, but I think building a concentration camp next to the sheriff's office is not the solution you're looking for. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Okay, you guys. You know, I live downtown, so what do I care if you buy a homeless or a hotel for homeless people up in Pollock Pines, or if you buy one in El Dorado Hills? In fact, I think every area should have a hotel that is for homeless. But that is a small amount of people that we're talking about, like the lady that wrote the letter in, the 74-year-old woman who couldn't find housing. To conflate her with the human disaster that's going on up in Newtown Road is a disservice to everybody. And it's delusional. Once again, we're being delusional about this. This is a drug and alcohol problem. Does anyone have a problem with the 74-year-old woman who's disabled and can't find a home? My heart goes out to her. And yes, we can help people like that. But the issue that we have is not her. She is not participating in open air drug use, is she? Is a mother who is leaving an abusive situation with her children. Is she out doing drugs? I hope not. If she's just leaving an abusive situation, we can deal with that. That's a drop in the bucket for this county. We are not addressing the true issue, which is a huge drug problem. And you just wait till that fentanyl takes a hold of this area, and you are going to see situations of the likes you never want to see. And let me get kind of a little scary with you, but what's happening in San Francisco is they are mixing fentanyl with meth, with marijuana, with heroin. And what it does is it's making people act out in such a psychotic nature. It's not only psychotic, it's a sick sexual nature. These people are zombies, and that is what's heading here. And if you buy up all the hotels you want, but if you think you're going to just put these people in hotels that have major mental and drug issues, if you think that that's going to solve anything, I got a bridge to sell you. I got a bridge to sell you, because we are fooling ourselves. We need to have a program that has a no, and I only would wish this for my relative. We need a program that has a no tolerance. You cannot do drugs. We're not going to let you. I know they're doing drugs up at the Best Western. I was already told that, so you can't lie to me about that. Let's address the real issue, which is a drug problem that is coming at us like a freight train. Wake up.
Thank you, Mandy. And then Tamara Wallace is going to be the last comment.
I'm taking public comments from Tamara Wallace.
Hello, everybody, board chair and supervisors. I would just like to say I'm so thankful that Supervisor Novosel brought this today. The one thing I would like to add, that in addition to all of the reasons that she stated, the one thing that I would like to add is that the fact that they have been without power and services for the last several days is a main reason why I have been so opposed to this facility in Pollock Pines. This is a facility that needs services. If these people are in a detrimental state when they go into these types of a congregant shelter or non-congregant shelter, I should say, they need power, they need facilities. I've lived in Pollock Pines. Pollock Pines sometimes gets more snow than Tahoe. They have less stable power services. They're out of power now where Tahoe is not. So this facility is not a good facility for this type of non-congregant shelter. In addition, Ms. Novosel and I will have to agree to disagree on how successful Project Home Key has been in Lake Tahoe. And I won't get into the details of that. However, I will say this. There are other options available for non-congregant sheltering. And I would say that probably downtown Placerville or even El Dorado Hills is probably a better location. And the sheriff's program, whether you call it hostess or home or whatever you want to call it, is a better possibility. Now, I keep hearing that El Dorado County is the only county, well, one of 4 counties in all of the state to not have these types of facilities. We have 3 of them in Tahoe. We are El Dorado County. So we are providing homeless services here in Lake Tahoe, and Lake Tahoe is still part of El Dorado County. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Ms. Novosel, for bringing this forward today. I hope that you stick to your guns. Pollock Pines is a terrible location for this facility. It needs to be in downtown Placerville or in El Dorado Hills. And we need to stop talking about this in Pollock Pines right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tamara. Okay, I'm closing public comment. Supervisor Novosel, you brought this item?
Yeah, well, actually, and first I want to say thank you to Tammy for pointing out the obvious that was killing me through all the comments, and that is, yes, Lake Tahoe is a part of El Dorado County and we have shelters, please. So I know we forget this, and I'm constantly reminding people. So anyway, but besides that, yeah, you know, I just feel I want to again make the statement that I think Home Key and Room Key are successful. I want to see them continue. This is not about the program. This is about the specific location in my mind. That's why I brought this. So I want to make sure we're clear on that. What I truly feel is that it should be an area similar to Tahoe's programs with their 3 hotels that are a part of community revitalization. That's a win for our community. And that's something that most people can accept and understand why you would do that. Why would you put, you know, homeless people in an area that for whatever reason, people felt threatened? If you put people into an area where there is community revitalization, people understand that better and it's more successful. And that's all I'm wanting to see is a successful program. The program itself, Room Key, it's gotten many people, many of our homeless out of the cold. It's been successful. So I just want to see it continue. I don't want people to think that I'm turning my back on the programs. Not at all. In fact, the opposite. I want to make sure it succeeds. I feel in my heart, the bottom of my heart, there will be funding for homeless after April. Okay. There's always been funding for homeless. Yes, we're going after a specific program here, but I, in my heart, believe that there's going to be money to put in a program, a successful program after April. So why are we chasing this? Instead, let's look at what's best for our communities, what makes sense for those people, and let's listen first. Exactly what we've been hearing is, let's listen to the strategic plan. It hasn't been presented to us. So I don't understand a lot of it. Yes, I understand housing because I've been studying it for 6 years now. And I understand that there's a terrible need for housing, but in order for it to work, you need to make sure it's in the right place. It's got the right setup, and that you are setting it up for success. And I feel that this specific property is getting set up for not being successful. And I don't want to see that. I want to see the program succeed. So with that, I'm going to go ahead. I know we're short on time. I don't know if anybody wants any more comments, or I'm ready to go ahead with a motion.
I'd like to
Chair.
hear a motion. I think
Okay.
we've all talked a lot, and I think we've all kind of, it's pretty clear to me where this is going to go now based on our conversation.
All right, so with that, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to discontinue the purchase of the Home Key Round 2 NOFA application, specifically for the purchase of the Best Western Inn in Pollock Pines, and direct staff to return to the Board of Supervisors by the end of April with a list of possible properties and locations for areas of community revitalization that would fit into our program, similar to, in fact, if there's a Home Key, but similar to Home Key at a future date. And that would, I would like to make that motion, please. Does that make sense?
Kind of, sort of, but I'm just wondering if, I'm just curious, would you consider dropping the second part of it and just saying, focus all efforts on the strategic plan that we're all waiting for instead? Because I really feel that is what is holding us up, is we don't have that clarity. And instead of sending staff out on another wild goose chase, and I'm just asking if you would.
I agree with that. Yes, I want to make sure that we have the strategic plan, but I do want to make sure that it's clear that we still are moving forward with the Home Key program. So I would like to keep that in there, as far as just clean that up and say that that I would like to direct staff to continue to look at Home Key program while bringing us back the strategic plan, while at the same time bringing us back the strategic plan. I just want to make sure we are still looking at Home Key. I don't want to say that we're discontinuing that. Okay. Does that make sense for you?
I think so, except for Supervisor Thomas. Did you want to, or do we need to have a second for discussion? Is that how it's supposed to go? Is that correct?
Yeah, because that's a motion. And as long as they're clear what that motion is, then I just need a second.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Novosel. So
yes,
you had staff returning by the end of April. Is that portion still in your motion?
Yes, I'd like to make sure we have a time certain.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I will second for discussion, definitely. Supervisor Thomas?
Yes, thank you. I am really opposed to this direction, with all due respect. I think we are doing staff a great disservice. We have already directed staff, to do the community engagement on the site. And then we have directed staff to come back with plans, with assessments, with potential properties for navigation center by the end of May. Now we're pulling back on the community engagement. We're pulling back on Home Key. We directed them to go after pursue Home Key. We're pulling back on that, and now we're giving them something else to pursue. I'm just a little frustrated, and I understand your heart for this issue, and I know you do want to move something forward, Supervisor Novosel. But it seems that this board is often really good about exploring theoretical solutions, but when it comes to time to pulling the trigger, we often lack the political will to do that, and we send our staff on wild goose chases. And we often talk about, I understand the idea around blight. I get that. However, there's been a lot of conversation today about place. I think this board needs to be very, very careful that this board doesn't legislate that all of our solutions to homelessness reside outside of our own jurisdiction. There was been a lot of talk about South Lake Tahoe and Placerville. That is not our jurisdiction. That's not fair that we ask our cities to bear the burden of this for the entire, western slope. Placerville is 6% of El Dorado County's population. And so both Placerville and South Lake Tahoe are bearing the burden of this. And I think we need to be willing to pull the trigger on solutions on the western slope outside of those districts. They will probably the navigation center, the sheriff solution will be in those jurisdictions. But this is an opportunity to move housing forward in another part of the western slope. We are short 3,800 housing units. We need more housing, not less. And that's the side that I'm falling on today. I think it's, if we're going down this direction, we have a motion and a second. I would like to hear from staff, from Daniel, on how this motion would impact the direction we have already given staff on coming back with proposed locations and details on a navigation center with a pallet community. We've already given that direction to staff. So I'd like to understand how this motion today and direction impacts that timeline.
Before we do that though, I think our CAO wanted to chime in earlier. Dawn, were you going to chime in and help with some direction here?
Well, I was just wanted to remind the board that I would need input from HHSA on this as well. You recall the last time we talked about this in December, the board gave direction to move forward with community engagement in Pollock Pines, as well as direction to move forward on the navigation center and a tiny home / pallet home community. I'm using that in a very generic sense. And to come back April or May for this. And that was really because of a staff resource issue. Now, if the board is approving a motion to come back with further exploration of buildings for home key in the same time frame, I don't know that we have the resources to do both at the same time, as well as.
So my motion was to discontinue the Pollock Pines. So that would, I'm hoping that would say that we're not going to be having that discussion at all in Pollock Pines, which would relieve them to be able to talk about other properties. Is that not clear?
No, that is clear, Supervisor
Okay.
Novosel, but we spread it out. So now if we still have to, if HHSA still has to come back in April with other locations for home key, as well as a strategic plan, as well as a plan for a navigation center and a pallet home, tiny home community, I don't know that they have the resources to do that. And the conversations on the navigation center and pallet home community have begun with the sheriff's office. There was one right before Christmas. There's another one next week, but all those things take time.
So I thought the strategic plan was already set. I thought we were supposed to have had that presentation this next month.
My understanding in talking to Don Simone, it would be first quarter of this year. It's not done yet, but Daniel, you can jump in if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I would expect a draft over the next month. And what happens then is it goes out for community feedback and input, like many of our local processes here. And then at that point, then input gets put into the plan, it's finalized, and a presentation can be done. There could be a presentation sooner with the draft of the plan, if the board would like. That could happen sooner. If it's a presentation on a completed plan with community input after this final stage that I referenced, it would likely be in the first quarter, as our CAO referenced.
And I don't know if we specified draft or what we had before, but I know I thought we were told we were going to get a presentation of something and I think it started in January and then it was delayed till February.
Yeah, if I recall from my memory, Supervisor Novosel, when we presented on August 31st, the timeline for when we'd have a draft, if I recall, was in January. So I would expect that over the next month or so, we should have something available that could be presented to the board if that's the desire.
So does that make sense, Supervisor Novosel? I kind of suggested you drop that second part of your motion.
Okay.
Is that we've already overextended staff, I think, and that if we're going to drop pursuing Pollock Pines for home key, it seems like that burden could then have their energies focused on that strategic plan, which is, we've been wanting that. It was delayed by COVID. It's the big plan of what we're going to do, and it should lay out a lot of this stuff with all the questions.
Yep.
And room key can continue on. There's still funding. You're anticipating there's going to be more room key funding, so it's not like we're pushing those people out on the streets. And I'm just going to chime in and say, I grew up in Pollock Pines. If I were going to be looking at forget where a hotel is in El Dorado County. If I were going to say, this is where I'm going to put housing, I would not put it there. It's just not urbanized enough. And I appreciated Supervisor Novosel when you said that statewide people recognize you put it in a more urbanized area, because that's where the services are. That's where things are easy to get to. That's where you can get support. Pollock Pines is not that. I can tell you that right now. It's just not urban, and people like it that way. But if we're going to be putting a population of folks that need support, I would not. And I've always had that concern. So I'm being consistent.
You know what will be important though, Supervisor Parlin, is if we have that policy, I understand that each one of our districts needs to take a piece of this puzzle. All 5 districts need to have a solution that comes forward. It cannot fall in 1 or 2 districts. I think that's going to be critically important moving forward.
So and I agree, Wendy, too. But when you're talking about South Lake Tahoe is not just the city of South Lake Tahoe. It's the area. So when you were talking about previously about burden can't fall on Placerville, South Lake Tahoe, unincorporated part of South Lake Tahoe has some offerings there too. So just keep that in mind. That has nothing to do with this immediate conversation, but I did want to point out to you that it's the whole area up there is viable too. We've got Tahoma and Myers and other areas. Thank you.
So would you consider changing your motion?
Yes, unfortunately, I will. And I feel bad because I do want to make sure that there is a point to be made that we should continue home key and room key. I do feel we should do that, but I understand and I acquiesce to the fact that our staff only has X amount of hours in the day to work, and that we have to focus on one. So I think the strategic plan will give us some clarity. I think it is important. I think it is perhaps what we're missing at the board level of understanding, what these programs are and where we can go. So yes, with that, I'll amend that to drop the part about the home key and state that we need to talk about that strategic plan.
And I think I seconded that, so I'm good with your amendment.
Just for clarity for me. So basically you're approving what is presented and including a second part to it to focus efforts on the strategic plan.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That works. Oh geez, I just lost my train of thought. Supervisor Heidel, did you want to make comment on this?
Yeah, I want to float a second motion.
Sure.
And my motion is going to be that we direct staff to continue with the outreach activities that are currently planned, that is within scope, that they conduct those meetings and bring back a draft presentation to the board at the February 22nd meeting so that everything can be made available to the public. The reality will be known, and then the board can decide to pursue this particular project in Pollock Pines or not. We have the time to do that. It's currently planned. It's a work in progress. That should not impair the ability to accomplish it by February 22nd.
In regards to that, I would say that if we wait till then, I mean, the likelihood of getting funding at that point is probably distant. And I think we're once again sending staff on a wild goose chase. I think we need to stick with the direction of the NAB Center and that we've already given them, and not keep sending them down roads that we're not going to support.
I was told we had till the end of April. So what changed?
Well, it's a first come, first serve on funding is what I've been told. I mean, it might even be now too late in order for us to be successful in Home Key 2.
But let's let the process continue and then let's see if the funding's available. If the board decides to move forward, that's my motion. If it fails for lack of a second, so be it.
Is there a second? I think that the motion lacks for a second. So we have a motion. Kim, can we have a roll call vote?
Of course. Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2 with Supervisors Heidel and Thomas voting no.
Okay, good conversation, you guys. These are big topics. I appreciate everyone's input, and we are moving forward. There is so much going on in this effort. like we all said, we've got staff working on many things right now. So please don't think I don't want anybody thinking that we don't care and we don't want to move forward. We are moving forward. So does anybody need a break really quick? Are we good?
Yeah, can we have 5 minutes?
Okay, 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks.
How are we doing, everybody? There we are. Let's see. Okay. Looks, oh, Sue, give Sue a second. Sorry, Supervisor Novosel. I'm sure Supervisor Novosel will be here in a second. I think it'd be okay if we went ahead and started reading the item. The next one is item 29.
Item 29 comes to the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board, 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign an agreement between El Dorado County Fair Association and the County of El Dorado for the continued use, possession, and management of the fairgrounds property and annual county fair. 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign calendar year 2022 El Dorado County Fair Association budget. 3, receive a presentation on and file the following documents. And 4, approve an initial American Rescue Plan Act spending plan for the El Dorado County Fair Association allocated funds.
Take it away, Emma.
Hi, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. In 2005, the board approved an agreement between the El Dorado County Fair Association and the county for the continued use and management of the fairgrounds. And back in 2019, the board formed an ad hoc committee to revise that agreement. So we're now bringing the revised agreement to the board for consideration. We've worked over the past years with the Fair Association to come to this agreement, and the Fair Association approved this revised agreement on December 8th. The staff report has a lot of details on what their agreement updates. Basically, we updated current practices from 2005 to how we're doing things now, incorporated the past amendments to the agreement. Everything complies with Government Code 29505, and it includes an annual update from the Fair Association on their strategic plan and capital improvements, which Jody will be doing today from the Fair Association. Any questions on the agreement before we move on to number 2?
Anyone on the board? Questions? It was pretty well explained. Thank you, Emma.
So moving on, the California Department of Food and Ag and Government Code requires that the board approves the Fair Association's budget. So the 2022 budget, it has to be a calendar year budget, has been presented to the board. It's in the outline as required by the California Department of Food and Agriculture. So the format's sort of prescribed by the state. The budget has an operating revenue and expenditure net gain of $22,000 before depreciation, and includes some much needed investments in capital improvements, a fair this year, and increasing the RV rental revenue based on current projections. So that's the 2022 budget. Any questions on the budget?
Anyone? Nope, that was also very straightforward.
Okay, so now I'm going to hand it over to Jody Gray, the CEO of the Fair Association, to present on the strategic plan and capital improvements they have planned.
Thank you, Emma. Good job. I've worked with Emma. She's been great for a couple of years getting all this stuff together and making sure that you get the information that you need. So thanks again, Emma and Dawn. What our board does every year is we update our strategic 5-year plan. So we just updated our new plan 2021 to 2026, which I believe you all have. It's kind of long, so there's just a couple things that I wanted to talk about in it. It has our mission statement, our vision statement. We go over our values, and then the most important that I think for you is our goals and our infrastructure goals. It also talks about our history, and then our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and concerns, which I think is important for you all to know those. And we go over those every year to discuss if the concerns are still the same, if it's changing, what our opportunities are, if we have weaknesses, which obviously is always parking. But I think it's important for you guys to see that every year. So I don't know if I need to read it to you, but as long as you get it and have questions, I appreciate that. So I'll start with our goals. Our goals for the next, this is a 5-year plan. However, we have a long list of goals so it's an ever changing, but we don't want to lose sight of goals that could be in the future. So it's long, and then we mark them off and cut them out each year as we go. we always have our organizational development. We always want to keep moving forward. We always want to educate the public on the importance of the fairgrounds. Continue, obviously, to work with the state, the city, and the county to eliminate the control of the overflow of water directed through the fairgrounds from above Highway 50, which, as you know, we're working with Water Agency and Caltrans trying to get that taken care of. We would like to create a Heritage Foundation Ambassador Program. Board development activities incorporated in our meetings. We do that periodically to get the board more engaged. We continue to focus on the importance of safety and security of our fair and fairgrounds. And we're trying to increase our Heritage Foundation with outreaching outside of this area, which is a big part of the fair, but we're reaching out further. And of course, to remain a critical support location for emergencies. And then we have a list of infrastructure goals. There's, I think, 29 on here. Right now, we're focusing on the top 5 probably. And with the top 3 is really where we go into the next item on the agenda, which is our infrastructure, our top 3 very important goals for the near future, which we're hoping to use the American Revenue Act, or what is that, Emma? Recovery. So the very important part of the fairgrounds, we have a lot, 57 acres-ish, 54 acres, and a lot of it is asphalt, which has not been completely redone in as long as I've been here, and I've been here 20 years this month. And to do that, it takes a lot. We've done a lot of repairs, little patches. We haven't done the whole thing. So we got a bid for, we've got 3 bids, and we anticipate the asphalt could be anywhere between $350 and $400. And that's going to fix some of our drainage issues that are not associated with the bigger issues, our curb and gutter, and to repair or replace or seal the fairgrounds. So it will look great. And it'll get rid of the trip and fall hazards that we have. The other problem. And then our second idea is the upgrading the inside of the Forney building. Many of you know that it's not very pretty. The restrooms are horrible and the audio visual is non-existent. So we received a bid so far, which we've only got, so we have one guesstimate at it, which we have to get 3 bids, but we have one. It's going to be about $225,000 to remodel the restrooms, replace the walls, or actually fur them in and make them regular white walls. New lights, real pretty lights to make the ambiance better, change the blinds because they're pretty ugly, paint the building, paint the doors, and audio visual. And then the third item, our top 3, is our boardroom. Our boardroom the roof is shot. The walls are outside are deteriorating, and the heating and air is horrible. So to do that, to replace, they have to tear the whole roof off and put in a new roof. The outside walls, I think 3 of the 4 sides need to be replaced with T111, paint the inside, and change the heating and air out to mini splits would be $111,000. So it doesn't take up the whole $800,000, I think, that was allocated towards the fair. So we have some other ideas that we would do after we got those done, but obviously I don't think we can get that done this year. More than that, but we might. But of course we would come back to the board to talk about those items also. Do you want me to go over some of the other infrastructure goals, or are they pretty lined out? I think they're on page.
Yeah, I'm thinking, Jody, because I know I read the report and everything, it's pretty well explained, unless anybody in the board has specific questions about them.
I got a question. Jody, can you explain the situation with the generators that used to be there at that, at the fairgrounds?
We have generators we have a generator that powers our office, the boardroom, the maintenance shop. We have another generator that powers the Forney building. And outside the Forney building, we have another generator that powers the Marshall building. We have another generator for the Corker and Barn D.
Okay, good. Thank you.
That was a good answer, wasn't it?
Yeah. You were
very good. Thank you.
Very good. I think we're pretty set on that. The budget, strategic plan, sorry. And it's good to hear about asphalt and not tripping
Yeah.
anymore. Thank you.
It's such a hard one to do because it's so expensive and it's not pretty and fun.
Yeah, but
It is pretty and fun when it's done.
yeah, we don't want to trip anymore. So thank you. So this is gonna be awesome. And then the building, yay.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. What is next to discuss of these items? Anything else?
For the American Rescue Plan Act, this is conceptual approval. So if you approve these 3 projects, we would return to the board with actual agreements once the associations finish their bid process and we've gone through that. But most likely that would be a consent item later on.
Very good. Okay. Any more questions or should we just move on to public comment? Okay. Kim, Supervisor Heidel has his hand up. Sorry, I missed that. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah. ARPA funds are one-time money, basically. So what is the plan beyond this 3-year period or whatever that we're going to be able to create new revenue sources to really continue the maintenance and upgrades of the facility? That's
Well,
the part
actually,
I don't understand well.
okay, so if you've looked at our budgets before, and you can see now that our revenue is definitely increasing by quite a bit. And one of the reasons that we are increasing, which is only one of them, is our RV park, which the TOT funds help fund. A year ago, our RV park brought in $22,000. With this new upgraded RV park this year, or not this year, 2021, we're at $120,000. So, and that's not being full. That's just getting the momentum. So in a year, we've increased our revenues by 500, 600%. So that's a huge increase. We did have to raise our rates on our rentals because of cost of doing business, but we do, of course, with our rentals, they're pretty comparable to other event centers. We can't go too high because then we'll have no market for them. So they're in a pretty good price. Our carnival, our fairs, we're raising our prices for our fairs. So our budget is definitely growing, and that is continuing to let us keep up with our improvements. And as we also have our Heritage Foundation, which is building the new gatehouse in front of on the Placerville Drive.
So Supervisor Heidel, are you asking about like maybe maintenance, regular maintenance?
No, I'm talking about major capital improvements, total replacement of some of the buildings that you can only maintain them so long and then they start falling in. So I'm looking at a capital improvement program that's somehow developing the funds similar to what the county does to accumulate the funding to replace structure when it's lived its life and it needs to be replaced.
So that's part of our reserve funding. And so our reserve after next year will be at 42%. So that's our savings. So 42% of our budget, which goes to help in our capital improvements.
Okay. And then,
I just question whether that's sufficient to sustain and actually make the capital improvements that are necessary, but I'll hold that to another day's discussion.
So if I remember right, doesn't the updated agreement include creating a capital improvement plan also, doesn't it, in there? So
yes,
that will be becoming a capital improvement plan
every year.
As part of our agreement. So
yes,
we will have a better picture of that in coming years.
Yes, every year.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Okay, I'll look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
That's a good one. Supervisor Thomas?
Just a brief comment, Jody, just want to recognize the importance of the fairgrounds to our community. We've certainly seen how important you are during the Caldor fire. My goodness, for our emergency personnel to have a home right in the heart of our county, real close to the incident, was absolutely critical. And I appreciate the values that you outline in your strategic plan. And I think you do a really good job about living up to all of those values. And just applaud the projects that you're using the ARPA funds with. I think remodeling the Forney building will just be wonderful because that is also a critical asset to our community, and appreciate how generous you are, with our community needs and events in supporting those. And I have to say your staff too is phenomenal. Really enjoyed working with them a few times, and I had the chance to do that today. So this year. So just applaud your importance. Recognize your importance in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. And it is my staff and my board that helps us be successful. And I'm very, very blessed. So thanks.
Very good. Any other board comments? Okay, I don't see any raised hands. So now I'm going to really go to the public comment. Sorry about that, Kim.
Okay, now taking public comment on item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Chris.
Jody, nice report. This is Chris Payne. I noted that this is a fully loaded agenda item. There's many elements here. My interest is in your your budget, which I see as 1609, 148. That's supposedly what was approved by your board of directors to be submitted to the board, which you're doing.
Yes.
How does your capital program now, by the new agreement, fit into your general budget? Is your capital program separate then from your general budget, or is it incorporated in your general budget? That's my question. And then also this new agreement. First of all, I love your new entrance. I mean, it's beautiful. When it opens up, it's going to be fantastic. And you're going to be so proud of it. And we are, as a community, going to be proud of it. So I want to tell you that if your plans now for the 40 building and for other things, if it also comes with that same notion that we can visually have things better, I totally agree with you. So I guess my only question is about the capital improvement budget for your guys and the relationship to your general budget. That's my question.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And Jody, as soon as all the comments, which I think this is the only one, we'll answer that. Yeah, I don't see anybody else.
Okay. So yes, our capital improvement budget is included in our regular budget. This year, the majority of our capital improvements will be from the American Recovery Act. Next year, it will be more of our own revenue. We do have some of our own revenue in there. However, and the Heritage Foundation is another source for our capital improvements, which is a big source. And that would actually be a separate budget. However, it does flow through ours.
Very good. Okay, do we have any other board discussion, or is anyone ready to make a motion?
I'd like to move item 29 as presented.
Ignore the timer. I'd like to second this item. I'm as a chair, I'm not used to not doing these things. I'm going to second this one. Kim, can I have a roll call vote, please? Oh, do we dishes?
Sorry about that.
I'm like, what happened?
Anyway, it froze up a little bit. So sorry, I apologize. Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Good work, you guys. Thank you, Emma, Jody. This
Thank
is
you.
very exciting
you.
for Tony. Very exciting.
Hey, and by the way, you guys, you do a great job, and you get beat up, and I'm really sorry about that.
Oh,
it's okay.
thank you.
Have a nice night.
Much appreciated.
Bye-bye.
Okay, with that, we can move on to, looks like item 30.
Item 30 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolutions authorizing the submittal of a Parks and Water Bond Act of 2018 for the following grant program applications. 1, resolution for the El Dorado Trail / Missouri Flat Road pedestrian overcrossing. And 2, resolution for the Depot Park multi-generational exercise circuit and parking lot park program.
Looks like Matt, you're here.
Good afternoon, board. Matt Smeltzer with Transportation Engineering. And I have a brief presentation about grant projects that we're hoping to get these resolutions approved and signed for. This is for a state park Prop 68 grant. We did come to you about approximately a year ago with the same projects pursuing the grant. We just found out it was almost a month ago that we did not get awarded in that last round of grants. It was very competitive. They had a ton of applications, I understand. So I know you've had a long day and I'll try and keep this short. I do have a presentation that I can turn on my shared screen, I guess. And go ahead and get that started.
Here it comes.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The applications are for the two projects. The pedestrian overcrossing, we've been trying to get it funded for quite a while. Across Missouri Flat Road there. The design is all done on it. We had grant funding to complete the design, and we've been pursuing different funding sources for that to get it constructed. This is an exhibit, kind of shows the three-dimensional layout of the project, and it's, of course, there's Walmart in the background, and there's our existing parking lot that will get reconstructed. That's on the next slide, because it'll be impacted by both this trail overcrossing and Diamond Springs Parkway. The estimated cost for the construction is $5.5 million. The maximum grant amount you can request is $3 million. So we'll be working with the Transportation Commission and Caltrans local assistance on other funding opportunities to make up that gap for the $2.5 million. This is kind of a strategy I've been talking about for a while. It's been really hard to get a $5 million grant out of these kinds of programs. So by splitting it up into a couple grants with smaller requests, we think we have a better chance of getting this completely funded and built. The next one is, and we've been coordinating very closely with Vicki Sanders, the Parks Department, on these projects. This next slide shows the Old Depot Bike Park, which is one of Vicki's projects, just on the other side of the El Dorado Trail. The purple shaded is the future alignment of Missouri Flat Road and Diamond Springs Parkway. And the intersection will be right there by Old Depot Road. We will reconstruct part of Old Depot Road there as shown. And these are remnants properties for the parking lot and the playground. So these are actually remnants from the Diamond Springs Parkway right-of-way acquisition. And so we are trying to put them to good use and save the county some money by utilizing this these remnants that we have. The parking lot and the playground are estimated to be $3.3 million, and the grant maximum is $3 million. The difference of $300,000 will come from the Diamond Springs Parkway project funding, since it was impacting or is going to impact the existing parking lot. We always had intended to reconstruct it as part of the Diamond Springs Parkway. The parking lot will be utilized by both the Old Depot Bike Park, the El Dorado Trail users, and the future multi-generational exercise circuit playground that we want to design. The parking lot is all designed as part of the Diamond Springs Parkway project, and we will be, if we get the grant, we'll be using the grant funding to design the playground and be working with Vicki and her consultant. Most likely has been doing a good job, and we'll probably utilize them to help us with that design. That's it for the presentation.
Thanks, Matt. Short and sweet. I like it.
So
Any
You have any
board- oh,
questions? I'd be glad to answer them.
There's hands up. Thank you, guys. Supervisor Heidel?
Yeah, Matt, can we do anything to increase our probability of a win this time around? Is there something we can present a little differently? We talked with Vicki, obviously, about the ownership aspect. Is there anything with this project we could possibly do to maybe get us a little bit higher priorities in the funding distribution?
We kind of strategized the pair, the parking lot and the playground together because, and that was working with Vicki and brainstorming. And my engineering staff, Dustin Harrington, he's been doing a great job working on the El Dorado Trail and the Parkway. We thought coupling those two together might give us a good chance for that playground grant. And then for the POC, I think, you know, splitting it up amongst a couple different grants will give us a better chance too. In the past, the scores, we went up after ATP grants for the pedestrian overcrossing. And some of the comments we got was it was a big request, a lot of money to ask for one project. So we're hoping by splitting it up, we get a better chance.
Got it. So there is a different strategy this time around and it's substantially different. So thank you for that.
Very good. Supervisor Novosel?
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I just wanted to clarify on the local funds used, that it's TIM fees. Is that, it's all TIM fees? There's no other general fund, is what it looks like?
TIM fees and MCNFP
Right.
funding.
Correct. Okay.
Parkway.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
Great. Supervisor Thomas?
Yes, thank you. Matt, thank you again for going out for funding for these two really exciting and important projects. The pedestrian overcrossing will just provide critical connectivity in a really difficult area. And it refreshed my memory. If I recall, it was last year, we were really close on receiving funding from SACOG for that pedestrian overcrossing, weren't we?
Yes, yeah.
Will there be some opportunities perhaps there in the future through SACOG?
Yes, that was the ATP program we went after last time.
Yeah.
And we were just below the cutoff line on a couple of our projects that we put in.
Right. So
we
maybe
think we'll have a better chance at the ATP this time, especially if we can get another grant to lower the request for that one.
Perfect. I applaud the new strategy. I think that's really good. Because if I recall, this project was like next on the to be funded list, but they ran out of money. So we were really close. So I think this is a good strategy. And I love the multi-generational component of the exercise circuit and playground, especially at the edge of a trail. It'd be a really lovely destination for families. So love the direction we're going on this. Thank you for your work on this.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Novosel, did you still have your hand up or is this a new comment?
Sorry,
Awesome.
yeah.
Just want to double check on that. Great.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay, there is a public comment. Kim, can we get that?
Of course. Now taking public comment on item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. And again, when your time is up, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Chris.
Good afternoon, board. Earlier, I had commented on this, but not realizing it was not on consent. Gives me an opportunity to again stress, Matt, I support both of these projects. I think they're excellent choices. To the point about the overcrossing, Matt, have we statistically figured out how much time it takes when you have an at-grade crossing at the signal? I'm talking about the most the closest signal there to the back side of Walmart. Because it seems like when I come through there, if people are crossing either bikes or pedestrians, that there is a certain loss of time related to the vehicle movement, the vehicular movement. It seems that would be a good point of reference as to why this overcrossing is so necessary, because of the volume of traffic on Missouri Flat. If they're held up at the signal, we got tailpipe emissions issues. It seems like if you could build something around that reason, and obviously you probably would get the support of the community also. and then letters of support like you did before when we were talking about Main Street, Diamond Springs. If you got those letters of support, certainly that would help. Then add one more thing, the public safety aspect of an at-grade crossing. Certainly there is risk every time somebody tries to mid-block cross the street. And so certainly that public safety part would be critically important, I believe, in showing why this is why it's so important to the county and to the community. So if you could kind of reflect on those two things, I would appreciate it, since I'm the only commenter. But I wanted to say that these are excellent projects, board. I'm glad that Matt's bringing them forward today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. You want to go ahead, Matt, and reflect, I guess, as Chris said?
Sure. Yes, we've written a few applications for this project before, and we have touched on the safety issue here, and the distance to the traffic signal, and that it does impact the traffic because it will, they push the button, that's going to stop the traffic more often than it would without pedestrians crossing there. So we haven't done a study or anything. It'd be kind of hard to do to get that time down, but that's a good point. I'll see if we can do something that some sort of analysis or calculation on how much delay this would eliminate for the traffic.
That's a good point. Thank you for considering looking into that. So if there's not any more board discussion, do I have a motion to approve this item?
Yes, I would be pleased to move this item forward. Thank you so much.
And I'll second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Kim, we have a roll call vote.
Sure. Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Thank you, Matt. Okay, so now we're going to move on to item 31.
Item 31 comes from the clerk of the board, recommending the board make board member appointments to various boards, commissions, or committees for 2022. So I don't know if the board just wants to go down the line. What we've done in the past is just take each committee and commission and just each board member state whether they wanted to continue on it or whether somebody else wanted to step in.
Yeah, I think that's what we did before, is just go line one by one.
Okay. Do I do that? Do I run down it, I guess?
I think Kim just announces what it is, and then we decide if we want to continue or and best.
Okay.
So Kim, let me raise one question before we go through that. I did not see the Pioneer Energy JPA on this list.
Oh.
Am I missing something somewhere?
Was that appointment due to come back in January?
I believe it's an annual, but I could be wrong in that.
I'll need to take a minute. I'll need to take a minute and look it up in Legistar to see how the appointment was. I did not have that on my list to appoint to.
Mr. or Madam Chair and Supervisor Heidel, I thought, I could be wrong, but I thought that was an appointment that didn't have to be redone every year. I would suggest, since it's not on the agenda, if it does need to come back, we bring it back at next week's meeting.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Then we can keep moving. Thank you, Don. Appreciate the comment.
Supervisor Parlin?
Yeah.
Might I suggest that given the late date, I mean, there's a lot of these, it's 3 pages. Would it maybe be better for us just to, if anyone wants to switch out or make any changes, just to go for it rather than going one by one?
I love that
Do it by exception. Do it by exception. I agree with that approach. Because I don't necessarily want to change anything, but I'm open to
you know what?
discussion.
Let's go like this. So we'll start with District 1.
Like that.
Do you request any changes?
I'm good with the way it is.
Awesome. District 2, any changes?
Well, the thing with LAVCO, you know, I've been the alternate on it. And there's a lot of the meetings that I attended because it was a conflict of Wendy. She had a lot of other meetings during the same period of time. So instead of being the alternate, I'd like to be a member. It's up to Wendy. It's her decision.
That's fine with me, George. That's fine with me.
I know, because that's, we discussed that before, because you've had some of the meetings overlap into the LAFCO meetings too, so.
Well, I've attended all the meetings since we've resolved that conflict, but if you'd like to go to switch, I'm happy to do that.
Okay. All
Okay,
right.
very good. Is that the only one you have, George? Is swapping with Wendy on that committee, the LAFCO?
Yeah, and then I don't know, I'd really like to be on the RCRC, so I don't know, but I know you want it, Lori, but it's up to John and Lori's decision.
RCRC, I'm the appointed member and Supervisor Thomas is the appointed alternate right now.
Would you like to be the alternate, George?
Yeah, I like that, especially rural counties, so,
I'll switch. I'll give that to you.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Kim, you're following this, all right? And then I'm guessing district, let's see, I went 1, 2, 3, district 3.
I don't have any changes.
Okay.
Perfect. I don't have any either. And then district 5.
No changes. Yep, good.
Great. So we have our slate with the changes. So
really the only changes were for LAFCO, Supervisor Turnbull will be a member, Supervisor Thomas will be the alternate, and RCRC Supervisor Turnbull will be the alternate.
perfect. And then
And then I'll look into the Pioneer Energy.
yeah, that's a good point. We couldn't just put it on there today anyhow, so that's cool. And I'm looking to see if we have public comment. Do you see any, Kim?
I don't, but I'll just read our little spiel.
Sure.
Now taking public comment on item 31, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. And there is no public comment.
Wow, awesome. So with that, does anyone want to make a motion with the suggested changes?
Actually, I do have one more change that my assistant just pointed out. The Golden State Finance Authority is connected to RCRC, so probably Supervisor Turnbull needs to be that instead of me. Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, good catch, Karen. Thank you for that. You are so right.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's the only other one that's connected, if I remember right.
So, yeah.
Okay, very good. Good catch. Thank you. Do we need to read it again with that change or no?
I have the change noted.
Good. Okay.
So I'll make a motion to approve with the changes.
I'll second.
Perfect. Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please, Kim?
Of course. Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. That was like quickie. Thank you. And then we have item number 42 that we added on to the agenda. I'm not sure who's taking that.
I'll go ahead and read it into the record. Item 42 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the Board of Supervisors to consider the following. 1, accept a donation up to $10,000 from the El Dorado County Community Foundation for the purpose of providing emergency lodging to individuals during a proclaimed local emergency. And 2, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to expend up to $10,000 from the general fund in fiscal year 2022-23 to provide emergency lodging if needs exceed the donated amount, and make a finding that the utilization of these funds for this purpose provides a public benefit to the community by helping to preserve life.
Hi, good afternoon. Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office. This item came about, as you're aware, after the publication of the agenda. And what happened was, obviously, you're all aware of the situation with the storms and the electricity. So in coordination with the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, and Health and Human Services and our emergency preparedness staff, trying to get everybody an appropriate lodging. There was some concern about people that would fall outside of the eligibility requirements for the programs that are available through federally funded sources. So staff reached out to the El Dorado Community Foundation and asked if they might have funding available to help put folks in hotel rooms if they were without power. So of course, the foundation has graciously agreed to donate an amount, and we're still settling on the final amount. So it'll be somewhere up to $10,000. So there's that piece where we need to accept the donation. In addition, just as a safeguard, we wanted to ask for authority to expend up to $10,000 of general fund money should these needs exceed the donated amount. So we're also asking you to make a finding of public benefit for the use of that general fund money. To date, just so you're aware, there's been one placement in a hotel room that wasn't covered by the SWETS program. So far we've just got the one hotel room to pay for out of this funding source. The donated money, if anything that is not used, the foundation has agreed to let us carry over into next fiscal year for this same purpose. The general fund money, if it weren't used, it would just revert back to fund balance. And I think that covers it if anyone has any questions.
No, I just want to thank Sue. You know, I had a customer that basically lost her home in Grizzly Flats, and her 2 kids were basically living in their car. So I'm glad that we had this, and I recommended it, you know, to her yesterday. She was here, and I'm glad that the county took care of it and placed her in a motel. So I want to thank everybody for that. Thank you very much.
Very good. Anybody else? And then we're going to go to public comment. Yeah.
Sure. Now taking public comment on item number 42. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. And again, when your time is up, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good afternoon, board. Andy Nevis, Shingle Springs. Just real quick, I was thinking as Sue was talking there, wondering if this could be, you know, kind of an ongoing thing that gets set up, you know, before the winter season in future years, is kind of a safeguard in case we have a storm like this in any given year, so that it can be deployed, you know, really fairly quickly. But that said, I certainly do support the item, and it's after 5 o'clock, so I'll stop talking.
Thank you, Andy. Much appreciated.
There's no additional public comment.
Yeah, and so I guess Sue Henneke, is there a possibility of doing that, as Andy was inquiring about, to make it a regular annual to prepare? Or
Sure, that would be certainly up to the board to decide during the recommended budget process. So if that's something you'd like us to bring for consideration, there's a couple of times we'll be meeting obviously with the budget ad hoc committee here as throughout the development process, so we could discuss it there as well in April. As you'll recall, we have kind of a pre-meeting to talk to the board about their priorities for the upcoming budget. So you can provide us direction at that point if you'd like, or now if you'd like to direct us to include it.
Oh, will you do that? Will you include that in our budget ad hoc committee discussions, please?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you, because I'm not going to remember right now. I can tell you that. And so with that, we need a motion to approve this item.
Moved by Heidel.
I'll second it.
And then Kim, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote? I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. Aye.
Okay. Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, yay, we made it through that stuff. We still have closed session and to and froms. which I think there are some things that we probably should, really quick, maybe perhaps CAO might have something. I know I have something I feel compelled that you guys just need to know. So maybe if we did to and froms quickly, abbreviated, plus hopefully everybody's on holiday, so got to have some fun. And let's start with District 1, since you always had to go last before.
Okay, and I'm going to be brief. I did attend the Traffic Advisory Committee this month. It involved a number of different improvements that were being proposed in both El Dorado Hills and other areas, so just note that. I also attended the Pioneer Community Energy monthly meeting. They're now making statements that on average, the non-solar customers should be receiving a 7% savings in the electrical production costs as opposed to PG&E. So we'll all look at what those bills are when we get them here before too long and reconcile that, I guess, on our own. And then on Monday, the 20th of December, I attended the Human Rights Commission meeting. They're making good progress in planning the upcoming forum. I'll leave it at that. And then last night, we held the monthly El Dorado Hills Community Council meeting. The primary area of discussion was on moving forward with the Healthy Communities project, and in particular, the mental health forum that we got started back in November, and then trying to carry that forward with some additional application, different people presenting information and looking at what we can do to rally the community to understand what their contribution can be towards participating in a better mental health situation than we currently have. So trying to better it from the grassroots up, so to speak. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. District 2.
Just been meeting with a lot of the constituents and their concerns, especially in Grizzly Flats, working on a lot of letters that we're going to be submitting here pretty quick. And I want to thank you, Wendy, for bringing that idea together, that all the board gets together and backs this letter that we can send to the president to help with the residents out there to get individual support. So thank you for that, bringing that to my attention. I think that's a great idea, what you've done. And also all the meetings that I've had, with Dawn and then David and some of the concerns that we've had, and then visiting the communication centers and seeing if they're running smoothly, making sure they're run smoothly and all their concerns. And I got to hand it, the county's, has been really totally awesome. They were, the guy on his day off went out there and opened the Pioneer Park, the facility, and checked the propane and stuff. He did that on his day off. It was a holiday. So I want to thank the county for, the people that work for the county for what they have done. And also the people that work in these community centers, those communication centers, they're all volunteers. They give up their time to help people. So I want to thank them for all the hard work they have done too. So anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say.
Very good, thank you. And District 3.
Given this late date, I just want to echo George's comments and just thank our staff for their heroic efforts during this, intense storm. And you've just done an amazing job meeting our community's needs. And I'd also like to thank the faith-based communities, as well as the city of Placerville, for meeting the needs of our homeless residents and stepping up. And the city of Placerville has now allowed a nomadic shelter to provide 7 days a week coverage. And I know as we were all, cold in our own homes, our thoughts, were returned to those that were still outside. And I appreciate our faith community stepping up this year to make sure that there's 7 days a week coverage on the Western Slope. So thank you all.
And District 5.
Yeah, well, I had my normal set of meetings, TRPA, Conservancy, all that, but I do want to echo the same sentiment that we've been hearing, and that is, I want to thank our snowplow drivers. They did an awesome job considering that we're down almost 50% of our staffing right now. So what they have is just an unbearable job, and they've been all working without days off, working very hard. And thank the management. Brian went out and checked on a street when a constituent was complaining, just because he wanted to see it for himself. He went out there and got in the truck and drove out there. And, that's the kind of thing that, it's just so nice to see. And we do have an amazing staff, and they're, they work from the heart, just like the rest of us. And, sometimes that's overlooked, and I just want to say thank you to them all, because it's been extraordinary. It's always tough. You got a big storm during a holiday, it just makes it doubly difficult for them, and especially up in Tahoe when we got a lot of visitors. So just want to thank them again.
Very good. Thank you. I just had a couple items back in December before break. We had a Golden State Job Training Agency meeting, and I'm no longer the chair, but I'm the vice chair because there's only 3 of us on that board, and Placer County wanted to be the chair, and that's Suzanne Jones will do a great job with that. But I wanted to let everybody know that the Golden Sierra Job Training Agency also has a workforce board, and Kyle Zimmerman from our economic development division has been nominated and accepted onto that board. So I think the more that we can get our county plugged into these boards, especially with this workforce issue, we're all struggling. It's everywhere. I really appreciate that Kyle joined that board. So I just wanted to let everybody know that. And then there was a deadline for the Bureau of Land Management has a project proposal out. It's a statewide fuels reduction treatment program. It's a 10-year program they're proposing, and they started it off the scoping within comments, and the deadline was December 29th. And it basically says they're going to work with counties anyhow, but my office gets a lot of complaints about, Bureau of Land Management parcels. And so I talked to Don, and he said it was totally appropriate for me to send in a comment of support for that project. And I just kind of went onto our GIS system and looked it up, just cursory look. We have over 300 BLM parcels totaling over 100,000 acres. So I think that El Dorado County will really benefit from BLM starting on that project. So I just want everybody to know that I did send in a letter of support for that, to make sure that, we're not left out, because sometimes I worry we get left out when we don't say anything. So we're in. I want some projects. Fuels reduction is so important. And then Stormageddon, my gosh, when you say thank you, somebody always gets left out, and that's so hard, but the residents have stepped up for each other, our staff, all the agencies, the utilities, everybody is just pitching in to help make sure that everybody is safe and well. And I have to give a special shout out to Don Ashton, because I was really having a hard time understanding what was going on up in Georgetown, because we didn't get a community resource center up there, and the communication was a little clunky. And so I said, Don, I need to go up there and see what's going on so we can help. And he wanted to see it too. So we went up and took a drive, and wow, so much damage from that heavy snow. There was one point we went on a road, we went up, and when we came back down, one of the lines had come down further. And when we drove under it, I literally ducked because the line had just in that half hour fallen so much more towards the road. So crews everywhere from all over working. Really appreciate everybody pitching in. And I have some great photos. We were able to get in touch with the food bank, because the community called the food bank and said, hey, you guys need to do something. Food bank called me. Awesome. And so there are photos of Dawn in the line helping get those things off the food bank truck into the IOF hall. And that's what I love about our communities, is we all pitch in where we can, how we can. And Dawn, thank you so much for that. I think the community really appreciated us being there. We actually did some personal checks on doors for some folks that were really struggling and got them connected with some services. So it is huge. And when you talk about El Dorado County strong, we are. So that's it for me. Don, I think you had a bit of an update also.
I did. I'll be real brief. First thing I would like the board to be aware of, Thursday night, it was after regular business hours, we got a call from PG&E to set up a resource center at the Pioneer Park. Because that's a county-owned building, requires a facility use agreement to be signed. I went ahead and signed that Thursday night. I wanted the board to be aware it will be coming back to the board for ratification. I couldn't do it as an urgency because it came to my attention before the 72-hour time frame, but I also didn't ask, it was already retroactive, so I didn't ask staff to work on the holiday and help prepare that agenda item. So it'll come next Tuesday or on January 25th, just to ratify my signature on that. I didn't think you'd have any concerns. And it's very similar to the facility use agreement the board approved for the PSPS event. So, and no cost. So little risk with that. The other thing to update you on is the Caldor fire update is, and a special thanks to Carla and Moki. I think we have 3 emergency declarations going on right now. I've never seen anything quite like that, but staff from my office and the sheriff's office continue to their commitment. You said it, thank them as well for all their efforts, but the Caldor fire update is attached to Legistar under the CAO update section of Legistar. And because of time, hoping we can skip that, but if the board has questions, feel free to reach out to Carla, Moki, or myself.
I got a follow back. I just want to congratulate Mark, my assistant, because they had a medical emergency up at Strawberry and there was no way the ambulance could get even in there. And it was hard for even a deputy sheriff that couldn't even get in there either, but he plowed that road so that deputy could get in there to respond to that medical emergency and took that person to the hospital. So I want to thank Mark for all the work he did in helping that person and helping the county out. So thank you, Mark.
Wow, there we go. We're all pitching in to do
That's
everything
right.
we can to help each other. So, and I was remiss, I forgot, Carla and I were texting almost all weekend at all hours of the night. And I so appreciate her being there, trying to help me get connected with resources for the community. And I felt really bad bugging her so much, but she was like, nope, that's what we do. So again, thank you for everyone. And I know people probably missed some thank yous, but it's just been amazing. So with that, I think we get to go to closed session now. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So if you wouldn't mind asking Kim to solicit any public comment on the closed session agenda, I think we can go ahead and convene into closed session.
So do I read the statement here then on the?
Yes,
Okay.
please do.
Okay, so the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 35 through 39 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now, taking public comment on closed session items 35 through 39, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, I hung on for this special item number 37 regarding the taking of this widow's property. I know that you're tired, and I ask that you please go in and fight for the life, to salvage the life of this widow that has been terrorized by the direction of past board members. The county does not need this project, the bridge project, that is taking her property. Please turn this around so I don't have to call Dateline. This is the most tragic story of neglect of and disregard to this woman. What I sent the board is basically, I said, it's time to stop harassing this widow. Go back and reconstruct this project. We are talking about the only justification for this project was 11 inches needed on one spot on the side of the road that could be easily added with a few bags of asphalt by DOT. The project against this woman was mainly focused on collecting grant funds for bridges. It is ridiculous to continue to destroy this heroine's life. She and her husband spent their lives fighting fires to save others as airplane fire pilots. And in doing so, her husband lost his life with no insurance because Cal Fire would not pay for those pilots. This is how this widow is being treated in return. It's beyond disgusting. She has had to sell her beloved airplane and suffer in poverty in order to pay the cost of defending herself and her neighborhood against the county in the direction of the past Board of Supervisor members. Today is a day to correct this. You can do this in your closed session meeting. Please fix this today. This project's not necessary. The county doesn't need it. Please give this person rest to the end of her days. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue, for staying on to make the comment. I appreciate it. And it has been a long day. Okay, so with that, oh, sorry, Ken, you're supposed to say there's no more comment.
There's no additional public comment. Thank you.
I know, I'm like, oh, shoot. Okay, with that, then we convene to closed session. And
I guess my question for David at County Council, are you going to have any report out?
I do not anticipate any reports from closed session.
Thank you very much.
okay, so with that, then we just have to note the time of adjournment. Is that right? When we adjourn? Okay.
Correct.
I'll reach out to David later on this evening and get the time of adjournment from him.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for helping me get through the first day. It was a long one, but I think we did really well.
Great job. Great job.
So thank
Great
you.
job, Lori.
Okay.
So Lori, are we going to the closed session room? Is that the general agreement? Or are we going to join via Zoom?
We have Zoom, and then it's up to the individual, I believe. Is that correct, Don?
Yeah, whatever you prefer. I think Jack Hughes will be participating via Zoom, and I'm not sure of Joey, but whatever you guys prefer. Happy to come over there if you prefer that, or stay on Zoom.
The room was set up earlier. If you want to go into the closed session room, it probably has timed out. So I'll just need to go in there and just restart it. So whatever your preference is, just let me know and we can just take a minute to get that set up for you.
Yeah, I'll be zooming in.
Yeah, we kind of guessed that one, huh? All right, well, let's take about 5 minutes to figure out where we're going and get a break before we get into closed session. We'll figure out where we're going. How's that?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the meeting.
Great.
Sounds good.